Waited for an hour or two, the voted past, the bill went through, and this is where it seems we need to start. Depending on the choice you made, I promise not to be afraid, and let others decide what's best for you. Sit still, their remedies just made you ill, and all you have to show is everything. So pack the bags inside your mind and take what you can't leave behind, and know you did all that you could do. This is the end. I know it's harder than before. Unscathed by this, I only wish we saw behind the door. So long, good friend, this is the end. I know it's harder than before.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another show. Welcome in. Next Round Live today. It's the Next Round. We are live. NextRoundLive.com is where you find us at Next Round Live on all of our social media. Great to be back with you along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway. One more day of vacation tomorrow, and then he'll be back with us Friday. We head to the Floribama Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Rockstar is producing the show. Tyler, the intern, is back. Lunsford on the video and the podcasting. Forrester enjoying some vacation as well. And Taylor Korn has our social media covered. You can hit us up there at Next Round Live. What is up, LT?
Not much, man. Just reading a story on Rolando McClain.
Yeah.
You see this?
I did. I saw it yesterday. Would it shock you if I said I saw the headline, didn't read the whole story? What have I missed in this?
No,
that's my thing.
Yeah, look, he was arrested by Moulton police. You ever been to Moulton?
I think I've been through Moulton, yeah.
Yeah, I know a couple of people from Moulton. Apparently he was speeding, 70 and a 55.
Mm-hmm.
But then second-degree marijuana possession.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Possession of a pistol and speeding.
Yep.
He was a great player.
He was. He was the first. Now, he wasn't a Saban recruit, but he was the first Saban linebacker. And there was a minute where I think receiver has overtaken it now, but there was a minute where you could argue that linebacker was Saban, the best position of the Saban era as far as guys excelling and going on to the NFL.
I mean, where would you rank that right now? Would you go, so you go receiver first?
I mean, I think I would, but let me quickly do linebacker because it started with Rolando McClain, though he wasn't a Saban recruit. But you had, and I'm going to miss some guys when I do this. You had Rolando McClain, C.J. Mosley, Dante Hightower, Nico Johnson. I should never have started doing this because there are guys I'm going to forget that are really, really good players. But it seemed like every year you had that was the first position where it was just like, hey, next guy up. Because even after Julio Jones at receiver, I'm trying to remember how all the years worked out. It took a minute before you got to Amari Cooper again, right? I mean, I think Julio's last year was 2010. Did Cooper come on in 11?
Yeah,
11
it
and
was
12.
pretty quick.
So I guess you went Julio to Cooper to Calvin Ridley. And then, boy, after Calvin Ridley, it exploded. I mean, once you got to a situation where you're playing Henry Ruggs, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy in the same receiving core. I mean, it just exploded after that. So yeah, I'm there was a time where I think you would probably say it was linebackers, receivers probably passed, but McClain was the first in that group.
But running backs got to be in the mix too, right? And by the way, quarterback's coming on strong.
Yeah, quarterback's been really good of late.
I mean, it's amazing because A.J. McCarron was a really good quarterback,
yeah,
but he's not even close to the quarterbacks we've seen over the last 5 years.
No, I agree. There was a time where I thought A.J. McCarron was the best quarterback in Alabama history.
Most decorated.
I'm not even sure he's top 3 right now.
Yeah. No, I think you would go.
Well, Tua's always.
We'll see what Bryce does this year.
We've talked about this. Tua's always going to be complicated because Tua didn't win a national championship start to finish.
But he did, though.
Yeah. He did win a championship, but not start to finish. We've got there's a little breaking news, and this is something we were aware was bubbling under the surface, and you'll understand why we haven't talked about it because of privacy reasons. And frankly, I'm just going to be honest with you, we were asked not to discuss it on the air, and it deals with someone's health. So, it might be newsworthy, but when it deals with someone's personal health and you're requested not to discuss their personal health on the air, you may say that's poor journalism. I don't really care. I'm not a journalist. We're entertainers. I'm gonna try to respect that person's wishes. Eli Gold has been in poor health, and it's unfortunate. And I don't even know how to go into what he's been dealing with, but he's been dealing with some health issues. I'll just leave it at that. And Alabama has announced today that because of those health issues, Eli is going to be sidelined, and our friend Chris Stewart is going to take over and handle all the play-by-play duties for Alabama football this fall. It is listed as filling in for Eli Gold. Eli has been the voice of the Crimson Tide since 1988. So, when you say fill in, obviously there is a hope that Eli is able to return, but that is uncertain. I would say that is definitely uncertain, and Chris is going to replace Eli at least this fall, if not moving forward, as the voice of the Crimson Tide.
Wow, you and I had this conversation a couple of weeks ago because you told me I really didn't know that Eli was in bad health.
Yeah.
And boy, man, I mean, a guy that not only Alabama football, he's done everything.
Eli has. I mean,
hockey,
yep,
I think
NASCAR.
arena football.
I mean, he had such a random collection like hockey and NASCAR. Who does that, right?
Yeah.
Who does both and does it does it well? You know. I mean, he was for a long time. I'll never forget. My brother lived in South Carolina for a minute. He lives outside of Atlanta now. And one year, Alabama and South Carolina were playing, and my brother and some of his friends had come over. My brother graduated from Alabama, but these were all Carolina fans. And I met up with them, and we were over on the quad before a Bama-South Carolina game, and they saw – this is when Snake was doing the color. And Snake saw me and called me over, and we were talking for a minute, and I was going to introduce them all to Snake. They all wanted to meet Eli because they were big NASCAR fans. Like, Eli was a bigger deal to them than Kenny Stabler,
Wow.
and I thought Kenny Stabler was going to be a big deal.
Well,
but they wanted to meet Eli because they were NASCAR fans.
So Chris Stewart, not the Chris Stewart that's going to take over for Eli, but Chris Stewart, gutter cap, always had a tailgate at LSU. And so he invited Eli to his tailgate in LSU, and Eli and Claudia, right?
Claudette.
Yeah. Claudette showed up at Chris Stewart's tailgate.
Wow.
And had jambalaya with him.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. Eli liked to eat, so
Yeah,
I'm not surprised
I get
at that.
He had an Italian restaurant for a while, right?
Yeah, Nino's Italian restaurant down in Pelham. Yeah, Eli owned the Italian restaurant. So, it's a very unfortunate situation with Eli, and I don't want to speculate. I mean, again, we were asked to be considerate of the situation, and we've chosen to do that. So hopefully Eli can make a full recovery and get back in the booth for the Crimson Tide. But at least this year it's going to be Chris Stewart.
Yeah, look, and Chris does a great job.
Oh, he's fantastic.
In everything he does.
He's the natural guy.
But, for the majority of our viewers and listeners, Eli was the voice.
Oh, yeah. 98. I mentioned 1998. I remember.
88.
Excuse me, 88. Yeah, thank you. 88. I remember being in high school when that transition happened. And because I remember Eli from TV, he was on WBRC, is that right? Was he on 6?
Yep.
Was a sports anchor. And I remember Paul Kennedy was the voice of the Crimson Tide. And he left or whatever. I think he went to Florida to do TV. John Forney came back and filled in a year. And unfortunately, his health was not good. And it had caught up with him. He didn't really have his fastball anymore. So they had to find somebody permanent. And they went with Eli. And I remember a lot of the reaction was, man, this guy's a Yankee. Well, because Eli does not sound like us.
No.
This guy's a Yankee, and we're going to give him Alabama football. And, buddy, here we are in 2022, and this is going to be the first year he's missed.
Only in this market could Eli trump what happened with Vin Scully. Mm-hmm. To me, the most legendary broadcaster of all time.
Yeah, I agree.
He passes away last night.
Yep.
And, I think Eli, at least in our format, is a bigger deal.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it's very unfortunate. Hate it for Eli. Again, hopefully Eli can recover from this and be back in the booth. And I know Chris Stewart is a great friend of ours, and this is a huge honor for Chris. He has worked his tail off to climb the ladder through the Crimson Tide Sports Network to be in the position to do this. And this would be I know I've known Chris forever. You've known Chris forever. This would be a dream come true job for Chris to be the voice of Alabama football. A dream come true. But I also know Chris well enough to know this is not how Chris wants to get this job. He would prefer Eli to say, hey, I've had a good run. I'm going to retire. And then Chris be handed this job. So, understand, and I hate to speak for Chris, and I don't need to do that, but we know him well enough to know that this is not how he wants to get this job. But that said, he'll do phenomenal at it. And if Eli can't come back, that's your guy moving forward. You don't go anywhere else other than Chris Stewart. That's the guy.
Well, a couple of things. I remember when Chris was named the play-by-play basketball because we had a couple of people that we worked with that were up for that job. I think Dunaway
was. Dunaway
Yeah.
thought he had it for a minute.
Scott Griffin was up
That's
for
right,
it.
yeah. And Chris got it.
Yeah, and Chris
And
has done an incredible job with it.
I mean, he is the voice of Alabama basketball.
But I also remember Eli getting a job at Jocks because Eli followed up the old roundtable, like the one-hour format.
Yeah, and to bring this full circle, it was, and this will be, if we ever do the podcast we've talked about, this will be in the podcast. That was how Dunaway and I got our start. Eli and Citadel, at the time was the company that owned us, couldn't come to a contract agreement. And Kerry Lambert, who I recently saw was our boss at the time, and he called me in his office and he said, hey, look, Eli is done at the end of this contract. I think he had like a 3-year contract. Eli's done at the end of the contract. It's going to be your show. Who do you want to do it with? And I said, I want to do it with Dunaway. I said, he's a friend of mine. We've got good chemistry. Now, the story there's a huge story from there.
It's so weird how all this comes together.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, it really is.
It's wild because you were doing the roundtable and we followed you. We took that spot over and followed you after Eli couldn't come to a contract. So anyway, and then that wasn't the end of his sports talk. I mean, the station, The Zone, he and Stan White did a morning show. And Eli and Herb were basically the first people to do sports talk in this market. I think Eli predated Herb a little bit. Herb started Jocks, and I mean the rest is history.
Hey, don't you have an Eli story, Rocky?
You worked with him some, right?
Yeah.
We did Fridays at the Trunk in Tuscaloosa, and we did the tailgate show on the quad on Saturdays, I believe. This is almost 20 years ago. But no, I don't.
This was here's a funny Eli story though, and it's not you, but it's similar because he would do every Friday of the home game from the trunk, right?
Correct.
Now you did not do this show, but there was another. What they're calling in the business is what would you call yourself when you were doing this? They call him a remote tech. I don't know.
I
Okay.
would call me a tech.
A remote tech. So that's the guy that goes out and he does all the setup. He makes sure all the technical's working. He sits there and he runs the show, and then the talent, like Eli, comes in, puts on the headset and talks, right? So they had massive, believe this or not, Rockstar, massive technical difficulties in Tuscaloosa.
It was every week.
Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
shocking.
the worst place for it to happen because now you can't get back to Birmingham. So Eli has to do his show over the cell phone. And I remember running into Eli afterwards, and I was like, how'd it go? And he goes, well, I had to do the show on the cell phone. And I can't even remember the remote tech he was. He goes, nice kid, but he must be running a brothel because his phone rang off the hook. I just thought it was such a funny line. Nice kid, but he must be running a brothel.
That's pretty good.
Because his phone rang off the
Who
hook.
actually was the
I
tech?
can't remember who it was.
It wasn't me because my
Wasn't
phone
Rocky.
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
Rocky.
I've never seen your phone ring.
never rang,
Yeah.
ever.
That's how I knew it was a rock star.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So there is unfortunate news for Eli. Eli has not passed.
Yeah.
I don't want to conflate these two stories
How
because
old is Eli,
we're
by the
about
way?
to talk. Eli's got to be close to 70.
70s?
Yeah. I mean, he's been at this a long time.
I'm pretty good at this. I think Eli's 74.
Yeah. Seems like a bad time for me to confirm that with him,
Yeah.
but yes, I think you're probably somewhere in the neighborhood, 70 to 74. I don't want to conflate these two because I don't want you to think Eli has passed away. That is not the case, but we did lose, in this same vein, the great Vin Scully last night, and I know this is a guy that made a massive impact on your life as a Dodger fan.
Well, before we did mornings, I used to stay up and my brother Reed, who works with us, still watches Dodger games.
Yep. We were talking to Reed about that. Was it yesterday,
Yeah,
Rockstar? We talked
it
about
was.
that? Yeah, that he still stays up because they started at like 9:15 around here.
Yeah, I was going to bed last night. I saw the Dodgers were on. It was still daylight, and it was like 9
yeah.
o'clock. I was like,
Yeah.
no, thank you.
I mean, most of those games go till about 1 in the morning around here.
Yeah.
And so I used to stay up and watch every Dodger game, and people talk about his storytelling. It was amazing. He had a different story every night.
He did.
For every broadcast.
Yeah.
67 years.
Yeah, I mean, people were tweeting the video this morning of the story he told about Madison Bumgarner killing the rattlesnake and then his wife finding 2 baby rabbits inside, one of them still alive. And, I mean, he just weaves it into the at-bat.
Incredible.
He never missed a pitch. Yeah.
He never misses a pitch.
Yep.
The storytelling is incredible. He would be the best, like somebody that reads you a book to put you to sleep.
Lance, it happened to me when I first got extra innings. I would watch the Nationals games, and then the Dodgers games were starting, on the West Coast. And inevitably, I would turn on the Dodgers game for the first few innings and just have him in the background. Rarely did I even pay attention to what was going on. but just that soothing voice in the background, and he would inevitably start telling a story, and I would get pissed that a batter would come up.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, crap, a batter's up. I want to hear this story. And he would just weave it in the at-bat, never missed a pitch. I can't tell you how many summer nights for years while he was still working, I would just have a Dodgers game on for a few innings in the background just to hear the soothing voice of Vin Scully.
You know,
Because he was at the time, correct me if I'm wrong, he was doing radio TV simulcast, right?
he was, yeah.
And he was the only voice.
The
there
only
was no
voice.
analyst. It was just Vin.
And so,
And
like,
he was so good, like you couldn't tell.
the first time I got into broadcasting, I did play-by-play baseball. And one of the most difficult things to do, I learned from game one, was to be able to carry a game for 9 innings.
It's so hard. I tried to do it in college at Jacksonville State.
Because it is so slow.
It is so slow. You got to fill time.
Yeah,
Yep.
and so what I would do after the first broadcast, I got the starting pitcher the night before to come in and
he's
be
charting,
my color guy.
Yeah, he's charting pitches,
Yeah.
so he's sitting there with you doing nothing but
Because
charting
I
pitches.
couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, but Vin Scully, to be able to do that and simulcast and do it for 67 years.
Yeah. Normally, if you take radio play-by-play and put it on TV, it's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, but you couldn't tell that's what he was doing. And I'm sure if you listen on the radio, you couldn't tell
No.
that's what he was doing.
But, you know, a guy that we talk about Eli, his versatility, but the same with Vin Scully. Vin Scully's done everything.
Yeah.
I mean, a PGA guy.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, yes. Vin Scully could do it all. And, like, before I realized he was the voice of the Dodgers, he was the voice of Major League Baseball to me. Like, I remember the Kirk Gibson home run, which had to be so difficult for him to call that because he was Mr. Dodger. But at the time, Lance, I was so young. That was 88, right? I was 10.
88.
I did not realize he did Dodgers games all the time. Like, when he called that, I just thought Vin Scully was Major League Vin Scully.
So I've said it before. I think that's my greatest sports moment ever.
Gibson home run?
Yeah, and I think the reason being is, you know, Gibson wasn't supposed to play. He was banged up, obviously, limped up to the plate, pinch hitting in that situation. But Dennis Eckersley, you remember, that guy was lights out.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't hit him.
Right.
So that game was over. And for Kirk Gibson in his condition to be able to come up, deliver like that, win game one, which ultimately won the World Series for the Dodgers, and that call was just incredible.
No, it was incredible. And for him to call it so down the middle
Yeah.
as the Dodgers guy, it didn't occur to me that he was even the Dodgers guy.
He became the Dodgers guy, though.
Oh,
you know?
gosh, yes.
Yeah.
I think, Lance, you could make an argument. Like if I say face of the Dodgers
Face of
organization.
Dodgers, Vin Scully.
Yeah.
No, it is.
I mean, how many other announcers could you say that of? I mean, the face of the Dodgers. I mean, like I think of the great Dodger, Oral Hershiser, Fernando Venezuela, you know, just the Dodgers of my childhood, right? You know, Kirk Gibson, even though he was a Tiger as well. I mean, Steve Sachs.
Steve Garvey.
But I mean, Vin Scully to me is more notable than all
No,
those guys.
I would agree. I mean, for him to come from Brooklyn to L.A., I mean, that shows you the longevity.
Yeah. So that guy did it for a very, very long time. Unfortunately, passed away last night. I can't imagine anybody that's lived a better life than Vin Scully.
You're probably right because, you know, a lot of people when they get up in age in their 80s, 90s, they just, you know, the communication's gone, everything, but he still mentally was there.
Yeah, I would like to think I get to the end of my life, and if I reflect on it, I don't have many regrets. I can imagine Vin Scully gets to the end of his, and he's like, man, I got no regrets. The way I lived and what I was able to do for my living for that long and be beloved at it, how would I have any regrets?
Do you remember us doing a show on Jocks years ago, and we talked about if we could have one announcer, like, voice over our life? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
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 And I said Vin Scully.
You did say Vin Scully. I picked Liev Schreiber, who does
Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks. Yeah. Ryan Brown is back.
I'll do Bob Uecker.
Bob Uecker?
Yeah, from Major League. How about that?
Is that really you would go and live?
Yeah, that's Schreiber. Boy, that's the best part of Hard Knocks, is his voiceover. The Cleveland Browns. I mean, it is so good.
He does have a good voice.
I mean, it is spot on, man. Yeah, definitely Liev Schreiber for me.
And he was also
In Hard Knocks, he's got to do it in Hard Knocks style, though. I got to pick the style, too.
What was the Showtime show?
Ray Donovan?
Yeah, Ray
Yeah.
Donovan.
Yeah.
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 Have you ever seen Ray Donovan?
No, I have not. I have not
Oh,
watched Ray
he's
Donovan.
great, Ray
Yeah.
Donovan.
So, bad news for Eli. And Mike is asking, did y'all just say Eli is more well-known than Vince Scully? Come on now. We did not say that at all. That's no one. Eli wouldn't make
I'm
that
just saying
argument.
it's bigger news on
In
our
Alabama.
format. It
Right.
really is.
Right. This news broke right as we were coming on the show. So, we passed it on, and Lance made the point that only in Alabama would the news of Eli Gold trump the news of Vin Scully, which it does.
I mean, if you're 34 or younger, the only voice of Alabama has been Eli Gold for you.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Rockstar Tripp says he wants Keith Morrison from Dateline to voice his eulogy.
Well, but he died. But did he? Coming up, Coffin was selected.
It's so spot on.
He died.
You actually do a good Eli, too.
I can't really get my voice is so coming touchdown, Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
A Crimson Tide.
One of Rockstar's greatest contributions to our show.
Oh, it was incredible. And did we even know it was coming up?
No, we did not. I'll never forget. No, I will 100% never forget where we were.
No,
we were at,
let me guess, Twin Peaks, Atlanta.
Correct.
Yep.
We were at Twin Peaks, Atlanta, SEC Championship weekend, and it was the, what did we call it? We can't do it anymore. The montage. I can't remember what we called it. The Friday football music or whatever. And
it used to literally give me chills.
Yeah. I mean, it was so good, and people loved it so much, and then Rockstar did his version, and then everybody wanted Rockstar's version.
Well, it was the best.
We would play the original, and they're like, no, let's play Rockstar. So like, well.
So we can't buy that back?
That's really not even a situation with Cumulus. That's more about the copyright of us playing it on streaming. Yeah, it's one of those copyright issues we've run into in this new venture that are unfortunate, but we try to play by the rules as best we can.
God, that was so good.
That was so good. Yeah. Do you still have it? You've still got it, Rockstar, don't you?
I still have it.
He did a stand in there too, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the only copyright.
What was the stand though?
Oh my God!
I think the only copyright issue would be the
music.
The music.
It's me doing an impression of everything else.
And ask Lunsford, but I think Lunsford, can we get away? No, we can't. I mean, I know we can get away with it.
Such a rule follower.
Will it be just our normal ding where we just pay the penalty? I don't know. I mean, I'm willing to try and see.
I am too.
I'm willing to try and see if it's just the penalty. If it's the penalty we just normally have to pay, I'm fine with it. Okay, probably is what Lunsford says. I don't like probably. Because the other part of probably, we're not on Friday potentially or something like that,
No, but it's a shout out to Eli too.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is. I don't know. We'll see. We'll try to work that one in.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, so you're going to see Vin Scully everywhere. We're looking.
God, how young is he? He looks like Marty Smith a little bit.
He really
Did you
does.
see that?
Yeah.
I've never thought he looked like Marty Smith.
Well, he's a blue-eyed guy, red hair, and a lot of people don't realize that because when he got older, obviously it grayed out. But yeah, he was a ginger like Rocky.
Yeah, he got a little Marty Smith to him. I didn't realize that.
Do all redheads have like light-colored eyes?
I don't know. I'm sure there's brown.
I've never seen a redhead with brown eyes.
I don't know. I've not really paid that close attention, but I don't know. Yeah. I got redhead in my family, and I've got brown eyes, but obviously I got the dark hair from my dad.
I got a little redhead.
All right. So the coach, Wimp Sanderson, is going to join us next. Rest in peace, Vin Scully, the greatest to have ever done it. And get well soon, Eli Gold. We'll talk more about that as the show continues. The coach, Wimp Sanderson, presented by Craneworks next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Culver's. now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. All right, we're about to be joined by the coach, Wimp Sanderson. A reminder, the University of Montevallo is a great education opportunity for you. The Dunaway family has gone to school there, and you can and have a great value. They have not gone up on their tuition recently, so it's still a great value. One of the most beautiful campuses in the South, according to Southern Living. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu is where you go to find out more, schedule a tour, and see the University of Montevallo. The coach, Wimp Sanderson, joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He does so courtesy of our friends with Craneworks. Good morning, Coach. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing good. I got a lot to talk about today, and I'll give you what I know, even though that Lance says the guys at a certain age don't know where they are.
You're not that guy, though. You're not that guy.
Oh, Coach.
You're not that guy.
Didn't mean that. I'm just saying Vin Scully in his 90s.
Vin Scully was great, and so was Mel Allen.
Yep.
Most of you know that Mel Allen, I'm not a Yankee fan, you know I'm a Cleveland fan, but you know that Mel Allen's a University of Alabama graduate.
Yep.
And one of the great voices that you'll ever hear. Vince was terrific. I listen to him all the time. And he has, if you want to go on AL.com, you can listen to some stories, some calls that he made. That they're very good. So Mel Allen was terrific, and a lot of these guys were very, very good. Talking about Eli Gold, I wanted to mention this. And I want to say it in the right way. Because of what happened, I think it'd be interesting to some of your listeners. I'm driving with Ray Perkins. We're going to a golf tournament. He stops and he says, "I'm fixing to call. I'm going to let John Forney go, and I'm fixing to call a guy that we're going to hire." So we don't have cell phones back then. He goes to a payphone and he hires Paul Kennedy. And Paul Kennedy stays on for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, however long he stayed on. Y'all know more. I can't remember, But I get a call from Eli, or Eli call or whatever, and he said, I wish you would go down and say something to Ray about me being the football announcer. So I did, and I didn't get him the job, so I'm not on here saying that, but I did think that was very interesting. I did. Some other people did too, not just me, but I had known Eli a long time, and he's not in good health, and hopefully he can come back, but have no idea. But that was, Ray Perkins, nobody liked Ray much except me, and the reason I liked him so much, he had a personality worse than mine, so that's the reason I liked him. But it was kind of an interesting time then when Eli got the job.
Yeah, and maybe you could talk a little bit about the relationship a coach has with the play-by-play guy. I mean, they want somebody they can trust, and I think a lot of it, coaches, they want somebody they know is not going to criticize them. And, I mean, because this guy has to interview the coach before every game. A lot of time they're doing their coach's show on TV. I mean, it's an important role.
Well, they want somebody a little bit, especially Coach Bryant, and Stan Siegel lost out on that job because he didn't talk enough favorable about what I understood about Alabama. Stan Siegel's before you guys were ever born. I'm talking about stuff that our listeners don't, unless you're real old, don't remember. But he got let out, and I think coaches like to think that you said the right things about the team, and maybe a little bit about, not bragging on them too much if they're bad, but maybe the reason why this has happened, the reason why this has happened, that's happened, and it makes it a little bit better for you as the coach and the assistant coaches to feel like that the announcer is on your side without being so too biased. And it's hard to do a game where you graduated at that school. That's not an easy job to do because everybody criticizes you, but there are times I think that announcers can help the coach a little bit if he needs help, or even if he's doing a decent job.
I don't want to date you, Coach, but
okay.
Was there a day back in when you were growing up where you would just listen to broadcast? Going back to Vin Scully?
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, I did. I listened to it. When I went to Abilene Christian to school to play basketball for a semester, I got in radio and tried to get into radio, and of course came back and ended up in basketball coaching. But I did try to. I was interested in trying to do some of that stuff, and I like radio and TV stuff, and I listen to people all the time as to what I think about them. Their voices are so important, and of course their humor and their ability, as you talked about, to be able to carry on a baseball game when there's not a whole lot to be said, that you have to do a good job there. So I thought that was interesting. Aside from that, Alabama HTT.com is trying to raise money now for the collectives.
Yeah, that's real quick, that's the High Tide tradition, and they made a big announcement yesterday, Coach.
Yeah, and from $9.99. Now, as Lance knows, and he's a seller for y'all, you don't ever say $25. You say $24.99. That's always.
That's correct. That is a good idea. Yes.
You never ever say the exact figure. So they go from $9.99 all the way up to $24.99, and I don't know the numbers of people that will do that. Some will, some won't. There's always a concern there as to what kind of money you can get for your collectives, and that's another way besides selling the jerseys at the games. And the big stink on selling the jerseys at the games, does that player get that money while he's playing? Does he still get that money after he retires?
He should get it while he's playing. I mean, that's the way it's going to work.
And after he retires, it's going to be a stink on that. You can bet that there'll be a lawsuit as well. So
yeah, no, he'll get it while he's playing. He'll get it while he's playing. I mean,
we'll see. I know while he's playing, but I'm asking if he's going to get it when he's gone. That's the question.
Oh, so you mean like if I continue to sell a Bryce Young jersey when Bryce Young's in the NFL?
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah, very good question, and a question that I have some other people visit with on another radio show, and that's a question that hasn't been answered yet, and could go, might go to court with some people, not with Bryce Young particularly, but it could go.
If that happens, I would bet they would turn the numbers over quickly.
Yeah.
Well, I could see and I don't want to. I'm not going to use a player as an example, but I could see a player, Coach, that goes onto the NFL and strikes a deal with a school like you take all that money and put it towards X, right?
Yeah. Right.
Take all the money you sell off my likeness now and put it back in High Tide Traditions or put it in the school of whatever as just a sign of goodwill. Now, there'll be some that are like, no, I still want every dime of it. And it's going to be hard to fight that because you're selling their image. I mean, there's no doubt you are.
Well, we're going to eventually, and I don't want to get too deep into this because I'm not that smart about it, but NIL is going to be eventually. I won't be here to see it, but will be the money that you get from the television contract, the billions that Big Ten is getting. That's going to be where they give the money to the schools and to the players one of these days. Until this committee gets to where they can draw a line as to what's legal and what's illegal, we're getting so much behind-the-scenes stuff. I don't think you got. Now, I know Lance always says they cheated big back when I was coaching. They didn't. They may have bought some gas for a car or something, but
did Dominique get a house?
Yeah, well, there may be two cases. I can't answer for that, but there probably were one or two deals, but certainly not the way it's going to be now. So until the line is drawn, and even after the line is drawn, if I'm the assistant coach and I've got to tell Nick Saban exactly why I didn't get this guy, what happened, and then the transfer rule goes right along with it. It's going to be when you're able to transfer anytime. You know, they used to say Wimp was so hard on his guys that they would all transfer maybe, but I will say this: even when you're easy on them, or even now this day and time when you're treating them, without fussing, not doing anything, and just congenial with them, they're still leaving because they're looking for more money. So I don't know how my blue plate's going to be this year because maybe it's certainly not going to be as good as it was last year. So it's going to be quite different.
Well, it was great last year. The Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. I do want to say, and we've got a little insight into this High Tides Tradition situation and the new announcement that was made. Nick Saban, and I know you probably know this, Coach, because you're still close with people in the athletics department. Nick Saban has been heavily involved in this. I mean, this is not just Saban handing this off to other people. He is making sure it is done the way he wants it done. Lest people think that Saban's just sailing to retirement here and doesn't want to deal with this. It's the exact opposite, actually.
Well, it is. And if you read this new book, I hadn't read it yet, but John I can't pronounce his name.
John Talty.
I listen to people all the time try to rate the recruiting abilities, not recruiting abilities, but where you stood. We're number 10 in recruiting, number 8 in recruiting. It doesn't make any difference. The Alabamas and Georgias are the best at evaluating. And when you may be disappointed if you're 10, it doesn't make any difference if you're 10, somebody else is 1. You've probably evaluated better. Your guys are probably going to stay with you longer than those guys that were number 1. You have to evaluate, and you have to be able, and I think this book is about some of that. And naturally, Coach does everything he can to hire people that have been good recruiters. They know how to recruit, and they like to recruit. And that's a big key. Sometimes you recruit it so hard that you get sick of it. So if that's the case, that's darned important that Nick Saban is behind the scenes, because I was with him on a couple of occasions, just in a roundabout way with 4 or 5 people, and he was certainly upset about the collectives, and especially after the Texas A&M thing came. So we'll wait and see. One other thing I know you guys want to get rid of.
Yep.
That I'll tell Lance. I was with my son day before yesterday, one of them, and he plays golf with a guy who owns Floribama. And my son's not like me; he's a very, very good player. And also, my grandson, his son is getting married in California, and he's a big buddy. Went to school with a guy who is the marketing director for L.A. Rams.
Oh,
so,
Lance is going to be hitting you up for
Lance
tickets.
Lance is going to like me better.
Uh-huh.
And,
I've always loved you, Coach.
You know we love you, but Lance now needs
Does
some round
notch it
ticket.
up a little bit.
I shouldn't have said that, but I told Scott, I said, "Oh crap, I hate to tell Lance Taylor that."
No, hey, so was the guy from Floribama, Paul?
I don't remember.
Okay.
He's got a group that he plays with all the time in Montgomery, and he said, "Dad, this guy owns Floribama." I said, "Well, I pass by there going to Perdido to play golf a lot of times, but I said I haven't gone in, but I said I know the people
Wait, so you've
the
never
next
been
round
to the
are gonna go.
Floribama?
I never have. I don't think I've ever been in there. I might have been in there once. I can't recall if I have, but I go by there because it's a deal there where you got to go pretty slow and people are walking across the street.
Oh yeah, no, it's a mess. I mean, there are people
Yeah.
everywhere at night. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll find out. I'll find out from Scott and tell you who it was.
Okay.
I'm
And
not
we may be playing golf with him on Sunday, so tell him we're good people. Coach Wimp Sanderson with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Tell them about it, Coach.
Well, Crane Works is certainly a good company. They do a great job. They have all the equipment you need for any DIY projects. I went out and tried to look at all of their machines with Ryan and tried to be silly and name them as something to do with golf. But I'm gonna tell you right now, they have great equipment. They have great machines. You can't beat them. So if you'll get on Rental Works and then go to craneworks.com, you'll find out David Upton and them do a terrific job. And appreciate them having me on the show. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Coach. As always, you know we love you.
All right, later. Bye.
Bye. That's the
Later.
Coach Wimp Sanderson on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He mentioned recruiting, and I just want to make this point because the Alabama got their latest recruit while we were interviewing Nick Saban yesterday. The guy announced he flipped from Ohio State. You asked me, what does that do to the ratings? Because everybody was panicked. Oh, it only moved Alabama to number one. They're number one in On3, 24/7, and number two in Rivals. Literally less than a month ago, people were panicking about this. I laughed. I'm like, you've got Nick freaking Saban as your head coach. The last time you should have panicked about recruiting was January of 2007. Since then, it has been on cruise control.
Pretty impressive, though, because when we talk about collectives, you know, Alabama's mentioned as one of the best, but there are other schools that are spending more money.
Yep, there are, but Nick Saban's still recruiting, and that money can only close so much of a gap. It's going to close some gaps, but it ain't.
Where is A&M right now?
I'll have to go look. Tell them about Bromberg's. I'll go look real quick.
Yeah, if you're thinking about popping the question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That's our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Two great locations for you, Mount Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
I'm on 24/7. Surely I've missed Texas A&M. Oh, 33rd.
No, they're not.
I swear to you.
How's that even possible?
Apparently.
I thought they had a $35 million budget.
Apparently they overspent last year, Lance. Wow. I can't tell you. 30. Let me see where they are on 3. On 3 now, I believe, includes 24/7, and they're the composite of everybody. Team rankings on 3. Texas A&M LT is
I'm
17th.
baffled.
They're a little better, 17th.
No, that's baffling. Is it not?
No, I would agree completely.
Yeah.
Seems like somebody might have gotten called out and changed the way they do business. More college football when we return. Todd Fuhrman is about 15 minutes away with the numbers from the desert on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com. We continue on the next round. Fuhrman coming up at the top of the hour with some numbers from the desert. It feels like we're getting to football season when we start talking to Fuhrman, doesn't it?
It really does.
We'll do a little football with
well,
him.
Yeah, we can talk baseball.
Yeah, I
mean
there
Padres.
Padres now, they are contenders. Our buddy Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, a respected roofing contractor, one of the best in the industry right there. I'm going to give you a cell phone number right here, 205-542-3531. Storms have come through. But you may just need a new roof. May not be storm-related. Your roof's just old. Get Greg to climb up there on the roof, give you his evaluation. When storms come through, he works for the insurance companies. They know him well. They trust him. Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. If you remember nothing else, just go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Hit him up there. Or you call his number, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. I mean, the Padres were the big winner in this yesterday. And this one thing we'll talk to Fuhrman about is their odds dropped precipitously, 10-1. 10-1 is where they are now.
When you look at that lineup, when you have Tatis and healthy Tatis and Machado, and now when you add a Juan Soto, I mean, it's a brutal lineup.
How do you pitch to that?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're 11.5 games back of the Dodgers. They're not going to win the West, but once you get to the postseason, they're going to be a major player.
I think I saw last night,
with DeGrom coming back for the Mets.
I was about to bring DeGrom up, but finish that sentence, though. With DeGrom coming back for the Mets, what?
The Mets, I mean, right now, the Mets have the second best record in the National League, and I would say with their pitching, I think they match up well with the Dodgers. I do.
So you think Mets-Dodgers?
I would go.
If you had to predict the World Series right now.
Dodgers, Mets, Braves, Padres. I mean, all four of those. I mean, it's going to be one of the four. Nobody in the Central. I don't believe we'll make any noise.
Right. I think I saw last night, and this shows you, I would assume, how tough it is to gamble on any sport. I think I saw last night that DeGrom against Abbott for the Nationals. DeGrom was the single biggest favorite this year in Major League Baseball. Would that be believable?
I don't think.
I'll ask, but I think I saw that, Lance. And, of course, the Nationals won 5-1 without Juan Soto. I guess that just shows you how difficult it is.
I passed on that just because the number was so big, but it went off at minus 356.
That's not the biggest of the year?
It's close. It might have been.
I think I saw that, though. Yeah. No joke. I think I saw that.
Might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it opened at minus 285 and it went all the way to minus 356. That's a big move. It wasn't even close. They lost 5-1.
I know.
DeGrom was good, though. No
yeah,
decision.
He was, yeah. So you think DeGrom coming back, though, changes the Mets?
I mean, look,
positive,
he looked like the old DeGrom. I mean, topped out at 102 last night.
Right.
I mean, he was dominant.
Yeah. So anyway, that's Major League Baseball. Buster on the show with us tomorrow. We'll talk winners and losers of the trade deadline, but I think everybody agrees the Padres are going to be the big winner there. They are a legit contender in the National League. Boy, this National League postseason will be some kind of fun.
I agree.
I mean, the National League more entertaining than the American League, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, I think the American League comes down to two teams. I think it's the Yankees and the Astros. I don't know who else you really would put in the mix. You know, I thought before the season the Blue Jays would be there. But
yeah, I think it's the Astros. Did I see that the Blue Jays traded for a guy that couldn't play in Toronto earlier this year because he's not vaccinated?
Yeah.
So I guess.
Does that make any sense?
It really doesn't, but I guess, he has told him he'll get vaccinated now?
I mean, how?
I mean, it's a stupid rule.
So is this all of Canada,
yeah,
right?
it's because you're in Canada. Yeah, it's just a stupid rule. It's a stupid rule. But anyway, it is the rule. So if you're Toronto.
Let me ask you this. If you're a resident of Toronto.
Yeah.
Do they enforce, do they make you get vaccinated?
I really have no earthly idea. I don't think they make you, but I'm sure you play by a different set of rules than those who have been vaccinated. Yeah. But the players from America can't go play in Toronto if they haven't been vaccinated. And it bit the Red Sox earlier this year. They went up there and they lost a game because I think they didn't have their closer. The Red Sox aren't very good this year, but I just thought it was weird knowing that rule that Toronto traded for a player that couldn't play there earlier this year because he was vaccinated. So I guess he's told them, okay, I'll go get the vaccine so I can be a Blue Jay. Which, I don't know. It's his decision. It's his body. It's his decision. But I just thought that was weird that they're trading for guys that can't even play there.
One of those cities I've always wanted to go to.
Toronto?
Yeah.
I've been to Toronto. It's a nice city.
Yeah, I heard it's like
a very clean city.
Nicer New York.
Yeah. I've been to Toronto.
I've never been to Canada.
Yeah, I was texting I'd spent a brief time in Canada. Went up through Niagara Falls and to Toronto. Yeah, I've always kind of wanted to go to Montreal, though I don't speak French, so I think it might make it tough.
Yeah, see, Toronto's got French speaking people as well. Not a lot, but yeah.
What is the language thing? Babbel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard a commercial yesterday for Babbel, and this girl's saying, "Hey, me and my friend are going to Mexico." And we need to learn the language.
Well, when are you going? In a month. Well, it's probably not going to happen, yeah.
No, but I'm just like, do you really need to know the language?
I think you could probably survive on English.
Yeah, like if you're going to go to Rome, do you need to know Italian?
No, I would imagine. But I do,
I mean, we're a lazy society.
We are a lazy, but I try to be.
Everybody knows our language.
I try to be considerate, though, when I'm in other places, because just as I wouldn't expect an Italian to come to the United States and me have to understand what they say, I shouldn't go to Italy and expect them to have to understand what I say.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
You don't go authentic when you go to a Mexican restaurant. Go, dos por favor.
No, I don't.
I was about to ask that.
Yeah.
Now
have you ever done it?
No, but my family does laugh at me for over pronunciating the Spanish dishes, like el pollo loco.
Yeah, I like a pollo loco.
But what's the other option? I did. All right, so where my wife and I stayed Friday night. I was
Hotel Indigo, right?
No. That was in Athens. All right, I'll just tell you. We went to Friday night. There's a Chateau Align is a winery in North Georgia and a really cool spot. And they got a spa there. So, I never told you what I did that I've never done before.
A
lot of stories right here,
Mud bath?
I know. So we go stay at the Chateau Align Friday night. It's night before her birthday. But when we got there, I wanted something to drink. I wanted a cold soda, right? So I had some Diet Mountain Dew, but it was hot. It was in the bottle hot, so I needed ice. So I step out in the hallway, and I ask the housekeeper, I said, hey, where can I find an ice machine? She literally says, no habla inglés. I mean, doesn't pick up any of it. So I have to get my phone out and type it in and do the translation so she can hear where is the ice machine.
Well, couldn't you just show her the ice bucket?
I did. And
Just that silence of you searching. I'm sorry, the Wi-Fi's really bad
she's
here.
Just standing there staring at me. Well, I held up the ice bucket and she said something in Spanish. Lance, how does that help me? I can't speak. As it's been well established, I can't speak Spanish. I got a pedicure.
Well, did you find the ice?
Yeah, I found the ice machine. When I typed it in, she pointed around the corner. But I got a pedicure.
That was the first time.
First time I'd ever gotten a pedicure. Fantastic.
Yeah.
The massage your legs?
Oh, yeah. Legs and feet.
I like the pedicure, but I don't like the scraping of the bottom of the feet.
Oh, I was okay with that.
I'm
a little ticklish in the arch, and she figured that out real quick, so she stayed away from the arch. But, yeah, I got a pedicure, Rockstar. First time ever.
Was it a couple's pedicure?
It was.
Yeah.
That was I was going to do massages for my wife. At the time they were booked, they had like 2 weddings there, so all those wedding parties were getting massages.
Deshaun was there?
Seriously.
If he was a Falcon. If he was a Falcon, that's where he would
We're
be.
booked up. Deshaun's on the books.
All right, we're going to talk some numbers with Fuhrman coming up in just a few moments. But as always, the company we trust, and they'll be bringing you the lock a little bit later on, Hemp Hill Services. If something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. We've experienced it on this show, all of us. And the first people we call, Adam and Chad, the group at Hemp Hill Services. Here's the phone number for you, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Fuhrman with the numbers from the desert next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Summer is here, and with that comes some great occasions that may require flowers or a great gift. For that, the answer is Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's provides speedy, same-day delivery. Check them out online at blakeleysbouquets.com, or you can order over the phone at 205-579-4900. Blakely's is right there in Homewood, just off Oxmoor Road. Friendly folks and the most unique and custom designs. See it all online at blakeleysbouquets.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, live hour number 2 on this Wednesday. Dunaway still on vacation. He'll be back with us on Friday along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown. Rockstar producing the show. Lunsford doing double duty. Forrester out on vacation as well, so he's handling the video, all the podcasting, the internet, and everything for us. Tyler, the intern, back here. Taylor Korn handling our social media. You can follow us there at Next Round Live. Todd Fuhrman coming up in a moment. Bryant Vincent, the interim coach of UAB, making his first weekly appearance with us at 12:35 Central. That's a Michelson look ahead.
Hey, so I got a text from Amy this morning.
Oh, yes.
And she was asking about scheduling you to come in.
I'm going to go see them.
To see Dr.
So I don't have
Jen.
to squint at the monitor anymore.
Yeah,
like
look,
that.
if you're having a problem right now, like if you wear contacts, glasses, you're wasting money each and every year, make the phone call. Just find out if LASIK is right for you. Call 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, let's look ahead. Bad segue. Let's look ahead to some numbers. We can see them clearly with our buddy Todd Fuhrman out in the desert with Outkick. Fuhrman, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing very well, gentlemen. The football season seems to get here a lot faster every single summer, and as I'm sure LT can attest to, when you're a sports bettor, you'd like to have a 13th month where you had a chance to decompress. Unfortunately, that's not something that's built into the equation for any of us.
Boy, I'll tell you, baseball is brutal.
I don't know how anybody does baseball on a day-to-day grind. We did a couple of years ago when we used to bet a lot of totals. Most of the guys that I work closest with throughout the course of football season and in through college basketball, we've all kind of decided that if you don't recharge during the summer, at least for a couple of months, that by the time football season starts in early September, you're already dealing with burnout. So I tip my hat to folks like yourself who deal with the baseball grind on a day-in, day-out basis.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com, by the way, was where we always send you a Fuhrman. BetTheBoardPodcast.com, and follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. But the Padres made a big move yesterday. They were the big winners at the trade deadline, and I saw Fuhrman. I don't know where they were, say, 2-3 weeks ago before they had Juan Soto, but I think they're down to 10-1 to win it all. It's a pretty big move at the trade deadline for them.
Yeah, 10-1 I feel is a little bit short from where they deserve to be. There's no doubt that's a franchise trending in the right direction because not only do they add Juan Soto at the deadline, they pick up Josh Bell, which will be an upgrade at first base over what kind of production they weren't getting from Eric Hosmer. And you add Josh Hader at the back of the bullpen for a faltering Taylor Rogers. So clearly the Padres are all in. We'll see, obviously, if they're able to make a long-term commitment to Juan Soto. But when you talk about the move for the number, they were 25-1 before some of these deadline deals. So clearly odds makers are paying paying attention. The problem is with the new playoff format, if you're not a division champion or finishing first or second in the American League or National League, you have to win essentially 3 series. And for the Padres, if that meant going through the Mets, the Braves, and the Dodgers, a money line rollover even before you got to the World Series against potentially the Yankees or Astros would pay a little bit better. But I like what they've done there, an exciting team to watch, and one that I actually saw up close and personal on Friday night in San Diego. Manny Machado is electric as anybody in the lineup.
Is there a value out there right now to grab for the World Series?
You know, baseball becomes one of the most fickle sports. We've seen teams get hot in the past, but for me right now, I think the market is priced right where it needs to be. If I was trying to go down the list and make a case for somebody that nobody's really talking about, maybe you go with the Toronto Blue Jays. If they can get some of the starting pitching up front and get Jose Barrios to perform as a true ace alongside Kevin Gossman, that they could be a difficult out. But it just feels like this is chalk central. The National League, obviously, a little bit deeper at the top. But I can tell you there's probably TV executives from coast to coast that would love a Yankees, Astros, Mets, and Dodgers potential Final Four, and even if you threw the Braves in there with as the defending champion.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the Braves. Todd Fuhrman with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Where do the Braves factor in your mind here?
You know, I think this is a team that's going to be an extremely difficult out. And the one thing that the Braves are doing maybe more effectively than any team in Major League Baseball, they're offering long-term contract to some of their players and locking those guys up. So if you're a Braves fan, you have a lot to be excited about when you look at that core, knowing that Ronald Acuna Jr. is under contract, Matt Olson is locked up, the big deal to Austin Riley early this week. And I think Riley is the most fascinating player on that roster. We've seen his odds to be National League MVP go from 30-1, now more or less the second favorite at a lot of sports behind only Paul Goldschmidt. And you look at his WAR this season, a shade under 5. He has no doubt been the most valuable Brave. On top of that, when you look at Atlanta, I think some of the moves they made to solidify the back end of the bullpen will pay dividends. The biggest question that I have for the Braves is, do you start to see fatigue in Spencer Strider, who's rapidly approaching, a innings limit of sorts as far as what he's been able to do in his career? And how does that rotation set up? Because I don't think you can have nearly the same confidence in a Charlie Morton or maybe even a Kyle Wright in a best-of-7 series. So much of the pressure falls on Max Fried to go out there and make sure he's winning his start.
Hey, over in our chat room, Tripp says Fuhrman has an awesome collection of podcasts on his Bet the Board feed where he previews all the Power 5 conferences. If I asked you right now, Pac-12, people, I'm a USC guy, but to me it's one of the easiest conferences to break down. I think it's Utah and everybody else.
I think you have to love what Kyle Whittingham brings back. We know that Utah is a team that plays such a different style of football by West Coast standards, and they've almost become what Stanford used to be to the Pac-12 years ago, that they're going to hit you in the mouth. They're not going to be shy about running the football, and they have a quarterback in Cam Rising who showed an awful lot to stabilize the position last year when Charlie Brewer struggled out of the gates. The problem I have with Utah right now as far as their odds to win the conference and people talking about them being a dark horse to make the college football playoff, I feel those markets are priced correctly. You did see some professional money, though, come in on the Utes as far as their win total was concerned. The over-under was 8.5. That number's been bet up to 9. And I think we're going to have a real good indication of what Utah football is all about week 1 when they go on the road to the SEC, even against a rebuilding Florida team. I think that has to be a statement game because there'll be a lot of detractors should Utah lose or even struggle against Billy Napier's group in his first game as head coach. The people go, it's the same old Pac-12, and we can't buy in just yet.
Yeah, that is such an intriguing game to me. I look forward to all of them, but so much forward to that one, Fuhrman, because Utah, a lot of people think is the pick in the Pac-12, and Lance keeps telling me that's basically a toss-up game, a pick 'em between them and Florida might be a mid-tier SEC team.
Exactly right, and we've seen that number leak out to LT's point. Florida opened as a pick-em or right around a 1.5-point favorite. We're now seeing Utah a 2.5-point chalk in that spot. A lot of optimism, of course, in Gainesville about what Anthony Richardson will look like, and this is a Florida team that I think has to solidify their depth that may not be a problem week 1. But the other thing you do wonder when you try and handicap early season games, will Utah players be ready for some of that sweltering humidity? Now, I know it's a game under the lights at the Swamp, so it's a little bit different than if you were talking about a noon kickoff. But so many other factors play a role, especially in early season games. And if Utah can't make a statement with so many returning pieces from last year's Pac-12 championship team that went toe-to-toe with an Ohio State team that was down a few cogs, there's no doubt you worry. And I think it honestly becomes a black eye for the entire league unless you happen to get Oregon upsetting Georgia as a 17-point underdog or something completely out of the ordinary over those first couple of weeks.
To me, Auburn is fascinating this year. Their season total is 5.5. They are begging you to play the over. Where are you on Auburn going into the season?
I'm extremely down. I think this is an Auburn team that's real fragile, and if they were to lose a game early in the campaign, we could see this thing getting sideways in a heartbeat. Now, the silver lining for Auburn is they don't have to leave Jordan-Hare until they go on the road to Athens October 8th to take on Georgia, but you look at some of the games that they will play in their own building, and I don't think San Jose State is going to be physical enough to be able to pull off that upset there, but a string of 3 games that'll clearly define their season. Home against Penn State, revenge from last year, a game against Missouri that they should steamroll the Tigers, in my opinion, and arguably the most important game that Auburn will play the entire season, a home date against an LSU team that I'm not sure any of us, including Brian Kelly and all those purple and yellow-clad faithful in Baton Rouge, know what they're going to get. The one thing I will say, when you're looking at Game of the Year numbers for that Tiger versus Tiger battle in early October, Auburn right now is 5.5-point favorite. That number stood out to me a little bit because I think if LSU stays healthy, in my opinion, that's a game where the Tigers can go in there, pull off the upset, and things get extremely difficult in a hurry for Auburn once they get into the heart of SEC conference play.
Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. If the football gods came down, my friend Neil McCready always talks about the football gods talking to us. If the football gods came down and said, Fuhrman, Alabama loses a game, but you have to pick it. So you've got that information. Alabama has lost a game. You got to pick the game. You would pick which one right now?
So if you look through Alabama's schedule, I don't think they lose to Texas early on in the season. I think the Longhorns have way too much they have to figure out defensively. So I know a lot of people would try and say, hey, that may be the spot where they could potentially go down. For me, I look at it and I think maybe Saturday, October 15th, on the road in Knoxville against Tennessee. And the reason I say that, it is the ultimate sandwich spot. You're talking about SEC West opponents in Arkansas and A&M to start the month. You have a game against Mississippi State. And so much of the offseason talk has been about Texas A&M and what this game will mean. So if they're not able to match the Vols' intensity, we know Tennessee has a quick strike offense. I'd probably circle that spot, but I think when you look at Alabama's schedule, there's no doubt 11-1 should be in the cards worst-case scenario. I just think from a scheduling standpoint, that's the only one that would truly concern me, unless you wanted to try and make a case for Ole Miss the week after playing LSU.
Okay, Fuhrman, same question for Georgia.
You know, this is a Georgia team that I'm very curious to see because it's so much different when you go from being the role of the hunter to the hunted, and I think Kirby Smart has kind of addressed that this entire offseason, that we've finally gotten to the mountaintop. You know, can we defend our perch? Week 1 against Oregon, I actually think they're going to have their hands full against the Ducks, while some inexperienced players have to take on that mantle of being full starters. When I look at Georgia's schedule, I'll go Saturday, November 12th for the trip to Starkville against Mississippi State. It comes in the heels of a little bit of SEC East gauntlet against Florida and Jacksonville, home against Tennessee, with a road trip against Kentucky lurking. So I'll say this trip to Starkville, Saturday, November 12th.
All right. He is Todd Fuhrman. That's the kind of information you get from him. Trip is right. What you need to do is go to BetTheBoardPodcast.com, download and listen to all those conference-by-conference podcasts he's got just to get ready for the season, which is week 0, 24 days away from right now, Fuhrman. 24 days until week 0.
It gets here way too soon. And one other thing for a shameless plug, we've also branched out since we last chatted, gentlemen. We now have a weekly NASCAR podcast as well. So we deep dive the race, try and break down some of the things that we've seen, preview the upcoming track, and with the playoffs only 4 weeks away, hopefully folks can tune in for that as we offer up a best bet every Sunday morning once matchups are available. And we'll hope to keep our hot streak intact where we've won 6 straight in that category.
Do you dip your toe at all into daily fantasy in there? A lot of people like to play NASCAR daily fantasy like on DraftKings or FanDuel. Do you hit any of that?
I do not, and the only reason I don't out here is because we actually don't have access in Nevada. So for me to set my lineup, I'd have to take about a 45-minute trip on race day or early in the week across the border to California to be able to do that. But there is no doubt there are some talented folks out there, and it's a area in NASCAR that's really grown in popularity as people try and find a way to get a little bit of sweat, not just for the Cup races, but for the Xfinity and even the trucks week in, week out.
Is there an obvious reason I should be aware of that you can do anything you want in Vegas, but you can't play daily fantasy on FanDuel?
The other thing you can't, daily fantasy is one thing you can't do, and you also can't get involved in the lottery. So that's the other thing in Nevada. So for all those folks that were running over men, women, and children to get their Powerball tickets and try and have their chance at immortality for the over $1 billion jackpot last week, you actually have to leave the state. And so much of that is because of the gaming constraints that are placed there and some of the tax rates. I'm interested to see if daily fantasy starts to get pulled back a little bit once we do have the FanDuels and the DraftKings open for business and available to Nevada residents.
Man, that is amazing that 45 states actually sell lottery tickets, and Nevada is one of the states that doesn't.
You could have put a bullet through me if you said,
Fuhrman, you're not going to be shocked that Alabama is one of the 5 states, but I had no idea Nevada was one.
Nor did I, yeah.
You know, I always put, when we're talking about things when it comes to wagering pursuits, I always figure that Alabama and Utah most likely are going to be last to the party. I'm not sure, gentlemen, that's always company you want to keep, but I understand it's the world we live in.
Okay, if you won the $1 billion, what would you do?
You know, I'm honestly not sure what the first thing I do. I'd probably want a place on the beach to get out of the 110-degree heat in the middle of summer, and I'd probably shop around, not necessarily to buy an NFL team, which I couldn't afford or anything along those lines. I might want to try and secure an NHL franchise and see what I could do to try and win a Stanley Cup. I've always wanted my name on that damn thing.
Former goalie.
Exactly right. I'm not sure I put myself between the pipes, and I definitely would not list myself as the emergency backup goalie under any circumstance at this point. I'm not sure my body can handle it at 40 years old.
Well, you might not be aware of this, but as a Dolphins fan, I am acutely aware of the fact that with Stephen Ross now suspended, you know who our biggest stakeholder is right now that is active, right?
It's not Jimmy Buffett, is it?
I actually do not.
It is Fergie.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is. If I understand right, Fergie is the biggest owner of the Dolphins. That's actually
she's in control.
That's actually.
Oh
I don't
my
think she's making trades right now. But Fergie, I think, is the biggest stakeholder involved.
You never know, Brownie. I mean, if Tua starts poorly, you might want Fergie pulling the strings. So by the time Stephen Ross came back to office, they'd have to figure out what they were doing to solidify that starting quarterback spot.
Never know. All right, Fuhrman, thank you so much for the time. Always great talking with you. We encourage everyone, bettheboardpodcast.com and @Todd Fuhrman. Thank you, Fuhrman.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen.
All right, buddy. See ya. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
You know, they say you learn something new every day.
Yep.
I had no idea about Nevada.
Yep.
But
I did not either. That's
it does make sense.
I mean,
Kerry says, why would they? The casino owners don't want people gambling outside of the casinos. I mean, I kind of get it, but I don't know. I mean, you can do anything you want in Las Vegas.
Yep. I can see it, though, because what they probably are trying to avoid is people spending gambling money on anything but the casinos.
Yeah.
So I don't want them to buy lottery tickets.
But why can't you sell the lottery tickets in a casino?
Well, you could, but then daily fantasy, DraftKings and all of that, if I can, and especially if I can make my bets on a DraftKings app, which I guess they can't do there either. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine you could do DraftKings daily fantasy or couldn't do daily fantasy but can make bets on the app. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't.
Maybe it's a taxation deal.
Let's just say Caesars, their sports book. Why you couldn't have an app for Caesars if you're in state?
Don't know. I can promise you there are some politicians that can sit here and explain to you why they did it that way. Rockstar, do you have the photo that I emailed? We'll do that right after I tell you about Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Smart Pest is a big deal. You don't want rodents in your house. You do not want rodents in your house. Smart Pest takes care of that. 24/7 rodent monitoring. And the moment their monitors spot a rodent, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send out somebody to exterminate the issue. You never get an infestation. The other thing you never do is anything but call this number, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES, and the number 1. Right now, use the code TNR for the next round and save $100 off your initial Smart Pass service. Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, and use the code TNR to save. This photo...
This is amazing.
If I had showed you this, I had it ready to go, and unfortunately it hit the group text before I could tell Lance not to look at it. Would you have guessed who this was? Put it up, Lunsford. Would you have guessed who this was? I don't think you would have. Rockstar, would you have?
The tattoo would have given it away.
The woman got to give it away.
Really?
Yeah.
So y'all are that familiar with Axl Rose's tattoos that you would have recognized?
I've seen them multiple times in concert.
As this is circulating, and this is so incredibly spot on.
It really is, because I saw this guy in Atlanta 2 weeks ago.
As this is circulating on Twitter, the person that I saw originally tweeted out said, I know this is Axl Rose, but all I can see is Mark Stoops with long hair.
Oh, my gosh.
That's incredible.
I mean, it really is dead on.
I had no idea Axl Rose and Mark Stoops looked alike. And maybe they don't. Maybe it's just that photo.
A little Philip Seymour Hoffman, a little bit.
Man, Axel's going down the hill.
Yeah, Axl really has.
I mean, he's packed it on. Because he was skinny as a snake when they were high.
Oh, he
back
was.
in the day.
Yeah. Well,
Drugs are a different
But I
breed.
don't know if he was. I was always under the impression that he was the guy doing heroin. I didn't realize it was Slash.
Yeah, Slash
that was so bad. Can you pull up Mark Stoops?
I mean, I think we got him right there.
I mean, it's just it.
No,
it
it's
really
uncanny
is.
how much he and Mark Stoops now look alike. I never would have guessed that. But Axl Rose and Mark Stoops, I mean, if you give Mark Stoops long hair, I mean, he and Axl are going to be twins right now.
Yeah, see, that's not. Yeah, I mean,
If
the
you
face
could-
is dead on.
Yeah. Nah, there's a lot of Mark Stoops and Axl Rose.
Yeah.
Never would have guessed that one. If you'd have said, hey, Mark Stoops and Axl Rose look a lot alike, I would have laughed at you until I saw that photo today.
How about if I told you Mark Stoops is making more money than Axl this year?
I can believe that.
Is that a
I mean,
possibility?
Stoops probably making $5.5 million this year, I think it is.
I don't know, but are Guns N' Roses, they're touring right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, is that Axl
Oh, my
Rose? He looks like
gosh.
Meatloaf in that picture.
Got a lot of accessories.
No, that's Philip Seymour Hoffman and Boogie Nights. That's
No, see, there's
Scotty.
more Mark Stoops again right
Yeah.
there. Yeah. I like Axl's dedication to keeping the bandana on the head.
Wow.
More Mark Stoops. That's
no.
angry Mark Stoops.
Crazy cat lady.
Yeah, you jump off sides on 4th and 1. That's Mark Stoops. There's Mark Stoops.
Wow.
It's crazy. I just do not.
By the way, they're really good in concert.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
Did he finally get
They
over
were.
Can Axl still sing?
I don't know.
No, not really. But did they finally get over the thing where he decides, if it shows at 8, I'm showing up at midnight. When I feel like singing, I'll sing. That was the big thing in the 90s. Like with Metallica, they had the right, because Axl just didn't feel like singing tonight.
Yeah, so the first time I saw them, they were incredible. They opened for Motley Crue in 1987. It was the Appetite for Destruction and Girls, Girls, Girls.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had a ton of energy, and they were trying to outperform Motley Crue every night.
Oh, wow.
So that's when they were at their best.
Yeah. Daniel says Axl Rose had meatloaf for lunch. Craig says rumor is Axl's part owner of Golden Corral. Kevin says I see some Kathleen Turner in there.
Oh, I do see that.
Jack says looks like he has an appetite for more than destruction.
Oh, wow. Bob, LT at the horse track. Yes, I was at the horse track. That's when I lost my Air Jordans.
That's right. We've told that story before. Pushed your wife in a pile of poop.
Yep.
Or she was your wife at the time, right?
Girlfriend at the time.
Girlfriend at the time. Ended up being
But
your wife.
older brother Shane was actually a cop working the show.
Oh, I bet that was
And the
fun.
funny thing is we started at Applebee's in Brookwood Mall.
Yeah.
Drinking screwdrivers at like
you
11
always started
a.m.
Applebee's.
Yeah, you hit the neighborhood, huh?
Yeah, then we hit the parking lot of the Birmingham Race Course, and I'll never forget Axl Rose drove a golf cart through, not a golf cart, a
Four-wheeler?
No.
Like a utility vehicle type thing?
what am I looking for?
Go-kart.
Dune buggy.
Oh, wow.
Of course.
Yeah. No, he did.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Whew. That's rough Axl Rose, unfortunately for him. Rockstar, it's never rough for your guy. Tell us about our guy, Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre is of the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
I'm not going to ask you to do this on the fly. I'm going to give you time to prepare. I'm going to give you some homework for the second half of the show, Lance. Brett McMurphy says there are 6 schools projected to be favored in every regular season game they play. Do you know the 6? You shake your head. Don't say them yet.
Yeah.
Do you know?
I know 3 off the bat.
No, there are 3
I know
easy
4.
ones.
I know 4.
I guarantee you the 6th one's going to trip you up. You will not get the 6th one. Brett McMurphy has those numbers. We'll do it later on. I'm going to give Lance time to think. He says he knows 4. Can he get the
I
other 2?
just need 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to give Lance 5 minutes to think, but we may do it later on, even if he knows it in 5 minutes. Rockstar tells you what to watch next, and hot assistants about to be head coaches. There's some Alabama flavor here.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
We continue on the Next Round. Coming up in just a moment, 24/7 has some college football assistance. We ended the show 2 days ago talking about this in terms of the offensive coordinator at Oklahoma, whose name I can't say, Jeff Lebby right now. In terms of Jeff Lebby, they go a little bit deeper on that. I'm going to throw out some of these names and get your thought. Buckle up. Prepare yourself. It's a heavily recycled list of college assistants that could soon become head coaches. First, Rockstar is going to tell us what to watch, and the viewing menu presented by New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments for 40 years now. For more information, danielmooreart.com. Crimson Connection, they've got an NIL deal right now with Bryce Young. You can get that signed portrait. Again, danielmooreart.com.
Netflix released the train wreck. The Woodstock '99 documentary came out today. I want to watch that.
A lot of people are talking about it, or had been talking about it in the chat room.
And there's a cover of it is a portalette with spray paint on it that says "End Profit Stock."
Well, I according to the chat room, I have no idea. They said it's really political.
Oh yeah.
Oh good. Well, see, that's
what we need. Is one more thing that's political. Yes.
And then 7 p.m. on ABC. It's only from 7 to 10. It's only 3 hours. CMA Fest. Dierks Bentley and Elle King host the roundup of the 49th annual event featuring 30 performances from country music's top stars. 30.
That seems like a long show.
Yeah, 3 hours. That's 10 per hour. And then Showtime.
I don't know if you knew that.
7 p.m. Starting at 7 p.m. on Showtime, you got a triple header from Alfred Hitchcock. You got Psycho, The Birds, and one I've never heard of with Sean Connery, Marnie. Sean Connery and Tippi Hedren.
Yeah, I've never seen Marnie. I've seen a lot of Hitchcock films, and they're great.
Mark marries Marnie, although she is a habitual thief and has serious psychological problems, and tries to help her confront and resolve them.
Wow. Didn't even know what he.
So you're
existed.
a Hitchcock. You're a big Hitchcock fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like Hitchcock, Rockstar?
The only one I've really seen is Psycho and Rear Window.
Yeah.
Rear Window is incredible.
Rear Window is really good. I'm not
North by Northwest. You need to check
Yeah.
out. Vertigo is great.
Don't care about The Birds.
No, I saw The Birds when I was a kid, and
It's freaky.
The phone booth scene.
Yeah.
It just scarred me, man, as a kid. Like, it took me a minute. I could still be around crows. I mean, crows are everywhere in the South. But it took me a minute before even the pigeons at McDonald's when I was a little kid.
Hitchcock got Me Too, didn't he?
He did.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
Way back then? How old?
No. I mean, after the fact.
Oh, after the fact.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's a looker.
He's not really good
I'm
looking.
sure the women were all over it. Thank you.
If Hitchcock was a football coach, who would you compare him to? He's actually Tommy Lasorda, right?
Yeah, he does seem short and fat like Tommy Lasorda. I can't think of a football coach he looks like.
Yeah, I can't either.
Maybe a little Barry Alvarez. Maybe a little. The ball.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Barry's probably taller than him. Elle King's the daughter of Rob Schneider. Not kidding. Did not see that, according to Goose. There is no way Elle King's Rob Schneider's daughter. Will you look that up, please?
That's impossible.
That
is impossible.
No. I'm going to need to see proof of that one, please.
Yeah. I'm going to need birth certificate.
Yeah. That's according to Goose, though. Don Scott says North by Northwest is amazing. Bond before Bond. Grace Kelly also in it. Gaston says Bobby Bowden is your Alfred Hitchcock. Coach Bowden, I don't think was quite that poorly.
No.
All right, they're in a photo together. That doesn't mean they're father-daughter, Reichstar. Did it say they were?
I'm getting it. It is a yes.
Oh, my God.
How in the world is Elle King the daughter of Rob Schneider?
Tanner L. Schneider is her name.
How about
known
that?
Professionally as Elle King.
Never would have guessed it.
Well, I'll go on and say she's more talented than he is.
I mean, yeah, Rob's made $1, though.
No, he has. Thanks to
Adam Sandler.
Yeah, Adam Sandler has hooked him up.
Now, Rob Schneider was the one that was messing with your bag the whole time he was in studio, right?
He was.
Yeah.
He wanted to talk.
He was a big Giants fan.
San
Did he want to talk
Francisco
San Francisco Giants with us?
Nonstop.
No. So it was the second time.
People confuse Chris Kattan and Rob Schneider and their visits with us. Schneider was fine with us.
So we had Snyder in studio one time. He's the one that had the spider monkey hands, really,
That's right.
really small.
You just kept pawing your bag with those spider monkey hands.
But then we had him. We recorded an interview, and all he wanted to talk about was San Francisco.
Yeah, huge baseball fan. Would not stop talking about baseball. We couldn't get him out of the studio. It's like, all right, well, we're gonna wrap up. Anyway, do you think the lineup is gonna be okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Rob Schneider, but I remember being a nice guy. I didn't remember.
Yeah, he was real nice.
Yeah, Kattan was terrible, but I remember Schneider being a nice guy. Rockstar, thank you very much. All right, so 24/7 Sports has assistants that will soon be head coaches. Tell me if any of these fire you up. Riley Gates writes this. He puts number 10, Barry Odom, who's currently the defensive coordinator at Arkansas, did a really good job for them last year as defensive coordinator, but I mean, we may look back at Missouri and say he was a little better than he was given credit for at Missouri, but I don't know that I get terribly fired up about that.
Yeah, I don't know if I do either. I do look back and again, following Gary Pinkel, it was a difficult job because Pinkel did things that Missouri probably will never have happen again. I mean, if you're what kind of program would he take over?
Well, I mean, he's had Missouri. He's the defensive coordinator at Arkansas. It's probably a Sun Belt-like program.
I was going to say. It's definitely a Group 5, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably a Group 5. Kyle Flood, Texas offensive coordinator and offensive line coach, was the OL coach at
It was
at
the
Alabama.
head coach at Rutgers.
Was the head coach at Rutgers.
And did a terrible job.
I don't know, though, that I should judge
tough
coaches
job.
on
You're
Rutgers.
right.
Yeah. Number 8, this one's interesting because he's a little bit older. He's almost 60 now. But the stock for Jim Knowles, the current Ohio State defensive coordinator, could not be any higher than it is. The question is, in today's age, are you going to hire a 60-year-old first-time head coach?
No, you're probably not. And here's the thing I don't know about Jim Knowles. Like, I've never heard him speak. No.
He's not mute, but...
Yeah, but I'm wondering...
I'm with you. Does he come across well as a coach?
Yeah, you want a guy that is in control and, the face of your program.
Yeah.
And I just don't know that about Jim Knowles. I have no idea.
Number 7 from 24/7 Sports, Todd Monken, the Georgia offensive coordinator. I mean, their offense doesn't just blow you away, but a good offensive year, can Monken cash that in on a head coaching job?
I don't know. He's always seemed to me, going back to Oklahoma State, like a B coordinator.
Yeah. But they did have the number 10, as they point out here, the number 10 scoring offense in the country last year.
And what's amazing, too, is you brought this up the other day, that when you look at, was it plays 30-plus yards?
Yeah, they were number 1 in the conference last year.
Which is,
41 of them.
I still don't believe it.
Yep. Number 6, Tosh Lapoy, another former Alabama assistant. He is the Oregon defensive coordinator with Dan Lanning. Now, when he was the Alabama defensive coordinator, it did not go well. That's what led to Pete Golding being the Alabama defensive coordinator.
Well, I think Tosh's strong suit is recruiting.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
Yes, there's no doubt.
And,
Yep.
This is a guy that seems like he could delegate and get a good offensive and defensive coordinator, but I really haven't heard him mentioned for a head job.
I have not either. He's number 6 on this list, though. But if Oregon under Dan Lanning has a good defensive year, you never know. Here's our guy, Jeff Lebby, offensive coordinator at Oklahoma. I think he's a fascinating guy to watch and has been – I can't remember even who I asked, and they said, I don't know if Jeff Lebby will be a good head coach, but I know I think it was Luganville. Every offense he's been a part of has been a dynamic offense, including his time at Ole Miss with Lane Kiffin.
Well, I think you brought this up, that it was deemed Lane Kiffin's offense.
But Lane continued to say Lebby called the plays.
Now that Venables is a defensive head coach,
we'll know.
It's going to be Lebby.
That's right. We'll know he's the one calling the plays because Lane gave him credit.
Yeah, look, if Oklahoma makes a run this year and they win the Big 12 and maybe get to a college football playoff in year 1 and the offense pops with Dylan Gabriel, I think he gets the job next year.
Yeah.
I agree with Lebby.
Okay. Alex Grinch. You really like Alex Grinch. He was at Oklahoma. Actually, he was at Washington State with Mike Leach, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was he with Mike Leach?
He was.
And Lincoln Riley brought him into Oklahoma to try to fix that. And now he's with Lincoln Riley at USC. So you think he'll be a head coach soon?
I do. And I'm guessing the age on Grinch is 35.
I don't have his age in front of me. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. He's younger, though.
But I'll just read his breakdown here. He completely changed the Sooners' defense and one of the best in the Big 12. Even last year when Oklahoma fell off a bit, they gave up 25 a game last year. That is in the Big 12, which was a little more high scoring. But if you remember, the two teams that played in the Big 12 championship game had really good defenses last year. Baylor and Oklahoma State.
Yeah, the Big 12's kind of it's kind of a transition. Yep. I mean, it went from an offensive conference to now it seems more defense.
He was reportedly a candidate.
He's 42, by the way,
for the head coaching job at Arizona and Central Florida back in December and January. Before that, Washington State apparently showed interest. So it appears that he's been really picky about who he'll talk to. Because if I'm the defensive coordinator at USC and I've been successful, I think I'm probably going to do better than Arizona, Central Florida, or Washington State.
Well, if I'm Alex Grinch, and I think he'll play this right, he's getting paid a lot of money. I mean, he's a 7-figure guy. I stay under Lincoln Riley, let this thing build, and I pull a Kirby Smart. Like, I wait for the right job.
Yeah. I think if you're the USC defensive coordinator, and especially headed to the Big Ten, I think his job gets a little bit easier in the Big Ten.
Well, I didn't realize this, so we'll see how Eli Drinkwitz works out.
Yeah.
But Alex Grinch has got Missouri ties.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he started out as a grad assistant there, and then he was a assistant in 2012 to 2014.
I'm sure there's appeal to being an SEC head coach. There's only 14 of those jobs. I don't think I'd jump at that one. I don't think I'd take the Missouri job. And he's seen it up close and personal.
I don't know.
So he was with Pinkel then, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's seen the best that they've had do it, but he probably saw how hard it was for Pinkel to do it. And that was in the Big 12, too.
It would be tough to – like Vanderbilt is – unique because of the market.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt's one of those jobs you can turn down. I don't know if you could turn Missouri down.
Boy, that'd be a tough one. I mean, I think we talked about it the other day. It's the only job worse in the SEC consistently is Vandy.
I agree, but if Alex Grinch was to get that offer, it's a $5 million a year offer.
Josh Gaddis is number 3 here, the Miami offensive coordinator. Here's a guy that has been on Alabama's staff, left and went to Michigan to be his own guy. He's got a chance to shine, though, I think, with Mario Cristobal as being offensive coordinator. You think he's got a good quarterback this year?
He does. What's weird about Gaddis is it seems like he's dropped from Alabama to Michigan to now Miami.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
Yeah.
He's backing up.
Yeah, it seems that way.
They were good at Michigan. It wasn't like they had a bad offense that he had to leave. They made the college football playoff. Number 2 offense in the Big Ten,
and
only behind
again,
Ohio State.
Another guy that can really recruit.
Yeah. Here's number 2 on their list. I found this interesting, and he's in an odd spot. Manny Diaz, the Penn State defensive coordinator. Manny Diaz has been so associated with the state of Florida, you don't see him in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, if I'm Manny Diaz, you had the opportunity at Miami. It was supposed to work out. It's almost the hype that Mario Cristobal is getting now. If I'm Manny Diaz, I almost just stay a defensive coordinator forever. And just make, one.
All these guys want.
1.5.
I know all these guys want to be head coaches, and he wants to prove that he was not a failure. That Miami thing didn't work out for reasons that weren't because he can't.
But
coach.
I will tell you, if he took over my program, I wouldn't have confidence.
Would you with number 1, Bill O'Brien, Alabama offensive coordinator? They're going to be another dynamic offense this year.
Bill O'Brien did a really good job at Penn State coming out of that cloud of, that huge scandal.
That's 7 wins, 8 wins, I think, the 2 years.
Yeah. And he did a really good job there. I thought he did a good job in Houston. I don't know. Wouldn't excite me, though.
Yeah. Had the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, still 6th in scoring offense. And Alabama has been 1st, 2nd, 3rd, somewhere around there under Kiffin and Sarkisian, it seems like, in scoring offense. So they backed up a little bit there last year, but still produced a Heisman winning quarterback in what Nick Saban has called a rebuilding year. And here they are.
So my question would be,
I think this year's huge for him, obviously.
Yeah, no. And look, you got a Heisman winning quarterback, so I think the offense is going to be really good.
And some better tools on
offense. But my question is, you were the head coach at Penn State. You were the head coach in the NFL with the Houston Texans. Now you're the offensive coordinator at Alabama. What is the job that you would jump
It'd
for?
have to be a big one.
Yeah.
And a lot of the big ones got chomped up last year,
because Penn State's a top 15 job, right?
Yeah. And you've obviously had that one in horrible circumstances, probably the worst circumstances ever to take that job in. But you had it. So, it's going to take a really good job. You've tasted the caviar, right? You've been an Alabama assistant. You've seen how the upper crust lives. You've been an NFL head coach.
Let me throw this out there.
You've been a Penn State head coach.
Just because it's Wednesday.
Okay.
Bill O'Brien, if Brian Harsin doesn't work out, if he gets fired this year.
I don't think it would excite Auburn fans at all.
I don't think it would either, but I'm just saying, would he take that job?
Yeah, I think you take the Auburn job. It's going to pay you $5-6 million. Your problem always with the Auburn job is
you're not in control.
You leave there with a buyout. That's what everybody does, and it would be the case of Brian Harsin in this situation. You just got to make sure you got a good buyout. Redmont Vodka, Lance, bringing us part of the show today.
Yeah, look, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated, great product. Charles Barkley, one of the faces behind Redmont Vodka. It is their aim, clarity and taste, color and smell. Vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. Doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled. Available in 20 states now. Pick up a bottle of Redmont Vodka.
All right, when we return, more college football discussion as we are 24 days away from week 029 from that first Thursday night where UAB plays. Their interim head coach, Bryant Vincent, with us. He'll be joining us weekly during the season, courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. And 31 days away from Alabama, Auburn, the SEC, and most of the rest of the country. This is the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The Trucks and Bucks giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away 2 Chevy Z71 trucks and $50,000. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 13th and 14th. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
We continue on The Next Round. Let's get to your phone calls, 205-734-0923. JD in Huntsville is up next. What's up, JD? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Good, guys. Sad to hear about Eli Gold. I hope that he will recover and have full recovery and be fine. But it got me thinking, Chris Stewart will do a great job. But if you could choose, this would be a great poll question, if you could choose any other announcer to do your team's games other than the one you have now, who would you choose? And there's a few that I like. I love the guy that does the Titans.
Mike Keith. Mike's really good. Mike used to be a weekly guest of ours back in the Jocks days, and we all are very fond of Mike. And guy knows the NFL, and he's very animated in his calls.
I like Wes Durham. Of course, I grew up in Atlanta, listened to him do the Georgia Tech games. He does a great job. But I just wonder, I mean, is Vin Scully passing today? So who would you like to be your announcer?
I mean, it would have been Vin Scully.
Yeah. You know, it's, and this is a little bit of a dying breed, JD, because all the games are on TV now. Basically, in a lot of ways, what your announcer has become is the guy you hear do the highlights, right? So when
it's almost a traffic cop. It used to be a storyteller.
Yeah, it used to be a storyteller because the games weren't on TV, and your only link to a game was Jim Fife or Eli Gold or somebody like that. And now every game is on TV, and I know there are still people that are out riding around or they turn it down and watch, turn down the TV and listen to the radio. I get that, but a guy like Chris, when he takes over this year, a lot of what he'll be heard doing are the highlights of the big plays. SportsCenter will play it, a Jermaine Burton touchdown catch from Bryce Young, and instead of the TV call, which is frequently CBS, they'll use Chris. And a lot of times you'll do 4 hours of work on that, and you're known for 2 30-second sound bites.
Yeah, you'll never have another Larry Munson guy, a guy that just was the absolute homer. I couldn't stand Georgia when I lived in Georgia, but I loved listening to Larry Munson. He was so great.
Yeah. JD, thanks a lot. It's a little bit of a dying breed.
Jack Crystal, John Ward.
John Ward at Tennessee. I watched that.
Give him 6.
Yeah, I know. I watched that. The SEC thing they did on him. I don't know it's not a 30 for 30, but it's their version of that on John Ward, and it was spectacular. And I mean, grown men were getting choked up talking about him in Tennessee. He was just the voice of Tennessee football. And even when I was a kid, there might have been 5 or 6 Alabama and Auburn games on TV, but there were half the season where you had to listen to
the radio.
Paul Kennedy or Jim Fife or somebody like that.
It's a different world.
It really is. It has changed so much. For those that missed the story earlier, Eli has been in some poor health for quite a while now, and he's just not going to be able to go this year. And Chris Stewart will be filling in, and it could be permanent. I don't know. Who knows what time will hold. If they hand it over to Chris Stewart, they've done a great job there. Chris deserves it, and he'll do a phenomenal job. It is unfortunate that Eli has had to step aside before he was ready to do so, but his health has forced him to do that. So Chris Stewart will be the voice of the Alabama Crimson Tide this year. Chris and Andy Burcham, who's a friend of ours as well, have followed kind of the same path. Andy started out just doing baseball and has worked his way up. And unfortunately, with the passing of Rod Bramlett, took over. Chris kind of the same way. He started with that Alabama baseball and basketball eventually, and then has now worked up into football. That's what's becoming more of the announcer these days, the guy that does all three.
Yeah.
And that's what Chris will do now. I can't imagine that travel.
Well, somebody's talking about Gene
Deckerhoff. Yeah, he did Buccaneers and Florida State and just retired.
Yeah, how do you do that, though? Imagine Florida State's in Syracuse.
I know, it's tough.
And Tampa's in San Francisco.
It's tough. I know. Like, for instance, who I think is a really good crew on ESPN, Bob Wischusen and Dan Orlovsky. I don't know if you watch a lot of them. But, Bob Wischusen does the Jets games.
Yeah.
He's Jets radio. So they get a lot of, if you'll notice, they get a lot of early games so that he can get to New York. I'll give you another one, Dave Pash, that used to work with Luganbill and Greg McElroy. That was a good crew.
Yeah.
He's the Arizona Cardinals play-by-play guy.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Pash does Cardinals games. So he's got to be in a place where he can get out of there. Now, that's a little bit easier because they're playing in the later game a lot, but the Jets are playing that early game an awful lot.
You know what's interesting, though, is how many people listen to broadcast on radio now?
It's fewer and fewer. Yeah, fewer and fewer. Just because all the games are on TV.
No, I'll tell you this, though. When I am in the car, if I'm going anywhere on a Saturday, I try to be stationary, from 11 a.m. to 2 in the morning.
Rarely am I in this situation.
But if I am, I'm turning on Sirius XM and I'm going around.
Yeah, I do enjoy listening to it because you know what I like? This is so random, is like some of the advertisers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll hear
all local.
Yeah, you'll hear the local company. Like you'll be listening late night, say to like Iowa State play, and it's some farm services company in the state of Iowa, and it's just completely random. Apex Farm Services is here to make sure your tractors stay ready for the harvest season here in Iowa.
So good.
I know. I mean, I'm like, wow, that is just a random advertiser. So anyway, Vin Scully passes away. He already had, stepped away and had retired. Joe Davis, who has state ties here, had taken his spot. And unfortunately, Eli having to step away.
As ascended as Joe
Davis.
Oh, my gosh.
Was doing Montgomery Biscuits games a decade ago.
And now he's the Dodgers guy.
He's one of Fox's top guys. Yeah. He just stepped aside from college. I think he's going to do more NFL this year. With Joe Buck moving on, I think some guys got bumped around. Kevin Burkhardt getting moved up, and Joe Davis is going to do more NFL. So he moved away because he was Brock Heward's guy. Brock will be with us on the show Friday. He was Brock Heward's guy. And he stepped away, and Brock's got a new guy who I cannot say his name, but he's the guy that was on ESPN. He's got cerebral palsy. He was on ESPN. You know who I'm talking about. He does White Sox games too. A four-story.
He's
Here we
really
go right
good.
away. Yeah, he's
Really
very good. Very good. By the way, Champions Boxing, Highway 119 and 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. They are a great workout, and it's not just physical, it's mental as well. USA Boxing certified trainers, USA certified gym, more than 20 years of experience in training there. This isn't a fight club. This is a great place to go exercise your mind and your body. You can see more on their Facebook page, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, or call 205-358-8176 to check it out with Champions Boxing, right there on the corner of 119 and 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. So anyway, those stories kind of started our show. We've done a lot of college football as well. The coach Wimp Sanderson with us earlier, and also Todd Fuhrman. Bryant Vincent is going to join us weekly every Wednesday at 12:35 during the season. The interim coach at UAB, he will be with us coming up just a little bit later on.
Lunsford's right.
Jason Benetti. Yep. That is his name, Jason Benetti. He's really, really good. There's somebody, when he first came on the scene, I heard him and I confused his voice with someone else. I can't remember who he sounds like, but he sounds like somebody else. But he's really good at what he does.
Really good.
Yeah. He's got a dry sense of humor. I tell you who he's a lot like is Sean McDonough, who I respect McDonough a lot. McDonough's got that really dry sense of humor. McDonough and Todd Blackledge, good crew. I like that crew.
I agree.
They get the number 2 ESPN game, really good crew. And it may be Sean McDonough that I confused him with, but I confused him with somebody early on.
Where would you put?
But he's moved to Fox now.
Ron Franklin and Mike Godfrey all time.
Well, the voice of my childhood was Keith Jackson.
Yeah.
Keith Jackson and
me
Bob
too.
Greasy specifically. And Frank Broyles a little bit. Keith Jackson, Frank Broyles, and then Keith Jackson, Bob Greasy. But they always would do that daytime ABC game. And Godfrey and Franklin would do that night game, and it was the only one on. So, I don't know. It was Saturday night if I heard Godfrey and Franklin.
And
I loved
Franklin's
them.
voice was just so good.
It's so good. And Godfrey he's another guy that he wasn't a great college head coach at Pitt, but when he got on ESPN, he seemed like the smartest guy in the world.
Did.
It's like everything he said made sense. And you're like, how did this guy not work?
They just had incredible chemistry.
They did. And they were the voice of SEC night games. If it was, you knew. I just like those voices that when I hear it, I know it's a big game. Keith Jackson was that guy. Ron Franklin was that guy. Brent Musburger was that guy. When I hear their voice, Chris Fowler now, I know it's a big game. I don't even have to know the helmets involved. It's a big game. All right, I gave Lance some homework, and somebody in the chat room added one. I want to check this. Brett McMurphy says there are 6 teams that will be favored in every game they play. Lance said 4 are easy. I'll see if he can get all 6 next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello, folks. My name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, second half of the live show starting. Don't forget, everything we do, you can get on demand wherever you get your podcast. Always on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, wherever you consume us on video. You can get everything we do on the Next Round. That includes earlier Coach Wimp Sanderson and Todd Fuhrman with the numbers from the desert. We will also talk coming up with the interim head coach at UAB, Bryant Vincent. I guess we've got to call him interim all year. He's going to be interim all year, right? Unless they choose to take that tag off. Kind of hate to do that to Bryant, but it is official that he's only the interim head coach.
If you're leaning one way or another, is he the head coach in 2023?
I'd like to know the record first. Yeah. If I knew that, I'd know.
They're not going to be favored in every game, by the way.
I've got
my 6.
You've got 6.
I've
All
got
right.
5 Power 5s in one group.
Do you think he refers to be? You guys call me Coach Bryant.
Coach Bryant. I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
Yeah. That's what I want to be called.
Not Coach Vincent, call me Coach Bryant.
When we have him on the
Puts
show,
that-
do we refer to him as interim coach?
Well, I mean, that's his name. I'll say head coach. And if he corrects me and says, no, interim, and I want to be called Coach Bryant, that would be terrific, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think you should introduce him as Coach Bryant, please. See what his reaction is.
Better chance, though. He is the head coach in 2023, or Bill Clark is back in 2023?
That's an excellent question. I would probably say the better chance is Bill Clark is back. But I do think you've got to do a national search, even if he's really good. Couple quick things. I mentioned YouTube. We are asking you to please do a couple things for us all the time on YouTube. Number 1, just subscribe. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Number 2, hammer that thumbs up. There's a little thumbs up. If you'll click on it right now All of you watching, that is super helpful to us, right? The more of those we get every day, the better it is for us. So click that thumbs up right now. Make sure you've clicked it and set your alert so you know when we're live. Like Sunday, when we're going to be at the Floribama doing a live Ask Us Anything. You'll know we've gone live when you get that bing, that alert that says we're live there on Sunday. So do those things. Subscriber-wise, when we get 8,500 subscribers, we're dropping the Charles Barkley Last Call. As of right now, we're 43 away. So if you can find 43 subscribers between now and the end of the show, you'll have a little Charles Barkley and Lance for your afternoon.
I was shocked that we didn't get there last night.
Yes. Well, we were almost there.
Yeah, push it.
Jason says bushwhackers for all. I'm interested in this bushwhacker at the Florida.
You're gonna love it. It will be your favorite drink you've ever had.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, I can't believe you were called John Daly yesterday.
I know, Jack the intern. That is so not me. I am the anti-John Daly. This hour presented by Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Champy'sChicken.com. Start with those great tamales that we love here. Go to the chicken on the stick, the chicken tenders, the sandwiches, the po' boys. Champy'sChicken.com. Champy'sChicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're going to get to these teams, but I want to do this story just real quick. I stumbled across it during the break. There is a guy going to jail, or he's going to trial at least. He has pled guilty to a Ponzi scheme involving, and you know it because you can see the preview screen over here. Don't pull it up yet, Lunsford. Air Jordans. Now, I've seen a Ponzi scheme involved in a lot of things, but Air Jordans.
You have no idea how big the shoe market is right now.
I guess I do now because that's what has bitten this guy in the butt. They're calling him the Bernie Madoff of sneakers. Michael Melchizedek of Eugene, Oregon. I don't know how to say his name. They say...
boy, isn't that ironic? He's in Eugene.
Yeah, right next door, right? His undoing... Everything was okay until this shoe right here, Lunsford. What you're looking at if you're watching us is the Air Jordan 11 Retro Cool Gray. It's a good-looking shoe.
Yeah, I like the shoe.
Apparently, it's the hottest-selling Jordan right now, and the demand on that shoe was his undoing, and it's how federal prosecutors tracked him down.
It's got a little camo in it.
It does.
It's wet.
I don't like the Jumpman, though.
You don't like that logo? That's an iconic logo.
It is an iconic logo, but I would rather not have it on my shoe.
Yeah.
Like that shoe without the Jumpman would be a really good shoe.
Yep. So he was selling these Jordans, and he sold 600,000 pairs.
Okay, so
whoa. He sold 600,000. How many do you think he ever had on hand? This is the Ponzi scheme part of it.
10.
6,000. That's what got him caught.
Oh.
And this is the one that got him caught. There was such a demand for this one. Apparently, that's when people started complaining. They went to authorities, and authorities started investigating. They're like, this guy's running a Ponzi scheme.
So basically, people were paying cash in advance?
Yep. It appears. Customers never got the shoe they paid for. He pocketed $70 million.
Oh, my gosh. What is the price point on that?
I don't know. Some $3 million that he spent went to Louis Vuitton bags, jewelry, furs, watches as expensive as $600,000 a piece. The FBI has seized $6.1 million in cash, plus some watches, and 1,100 pairs of sneakers. Guys, I got a lot of sneakers.
You can do $315 right now on Amazon.
Well, I'd be careful.
Yeah, I mean that's about right.
Jeremy, here's from the story on Bloomberg. Jeremy Rogers, who is a 30-year-old clinical researcher from Fort Worth, Texas, says here are the pairs he's purchased from this guy. 100 pairs of the Air Jordan 11 Cool Gray, 100 pairs of the shoe we just showed.
Wait, what do you need 100 pairs for?
300 pairs of Air Jordan 4 Retro Lightning, 225 of the Jordan 4 Retro Military Black, 100 of the Jordan 4 Retro Shimmer, and 20 of the Travis Scott Jordan 1 High Fragment. In all, he figures he spent $143,000 in sneakers he never received, spread out over 15 credit cards.
Wow.
This guy is left holding the bag, 15 credit cards, $143,000 in debt on those cards, and nary a shoe to show for it.
That is unbelievable.
I mean, my gosh.
How long is he going to do?
Oh, no, I think he's just now pled guilty, so he's they're about to do the sentencing. That is wild, though, isn't it?
I've never heard anyone do time for sneakers.
A sneaker Ponzi scheme. $70 million is what he put in his pocket, so.
It's kind of impressive.
It is kind of impressive in a, illegal way, obviously.
Yeah.
But wow, that is incredible. All right, Brett McMurphy. I gave Lance this homework. Brett McMurphy says these 6 teams, and I'm looking at, I don't know that Brett has said where he's getting these numbers from, but he works for the Action Network, which covers college gambling. So, take that for what it's worth. He says there are 6 teams that will be favored in every regular season game they play. You say 4 are easy. Go with the 4 easy ones.
Alabama.
Check.
Georgia.
Check.
Ohio State.
Check.
Clemson.
Not checked. NC State?
They got them at home. Oh, no.
Clemson is not on this list.
Okay, just hold up real quick.
Okay.
Because, I did it without looking at the schedule. But
6 schools projected to be favored in every regular season game. Now, he does point out there's an asterisk next to Alabama and Ohio State, he says they are projected to be double-digit favorites in all 12 games.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Yeah, but he does not have Clemson on here. You did get Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State very easily. Clemson not on here, though.
Okay. Just hold up. I'm trying to find their schedule. Oh, here we go.
People love that Lance does this in a magazine. He gets
so
killed. He gets killed in the chat room.
Yep, they're at Notre Dame.
So you think that's one there'll be a dog?
Could be.
For sure?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, so Oklahoma.
Throw Clemson out. Oklahoma is 1, so you've got 4. It's going to get tricky now. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Oklahoma.
Can I do my Group 5 right now?
Yep.
Boise State.
Nope, it is not Boise State, but I think this team may play Boise State.
Boise State's going to be favored in every game. Brett's wrong.
Brett's wrong?
Yep.
There's another one there. People are saying that he thinks they've looked and that they say he's missed on. I think these two teams play, Lance. They do play. And the team, he says, will be favored hosts them. He says, Lance, that Air Force will be favored in every game. Do you believe that? Now, they do host Boise State Saturday, October 22nd.
I mean, Air Force can be really good this year.
All right, here's Air Force schedule. You tell me where he messed up here.
They're not going to be favored at San Diego State.
That would be the one?
Mm-hmm.
That's the last game of the year in Snapdragon Stadium. It's a tough place to play.
Yeah, it really is.
You don't just waltz into Snapdragon Stadium.
So tricky.
Yeah. So that's the only one they're not favored in because they host Colorado. You think they'll be favored against Colorado?
Yeah, they will not be favored against San Diego State. I would put money on that right now.
So if you could get if you could get Air Force favored 1 over San Diego State, you'd take San Diego State in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
All right. Now they host Boise. So you think Boise would be a dog at Air Force?
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about an Air Force team that, won 10 games last year quietly.
Yeah. Is Flyboy still out there, Troy Calhoun?
Flyboy is.
Yeah.
This will be his 16th year.
Wow, how about Flyboy, man? He is stuck out there a while.
He got the job the same year Nick Saban did.
Yeah, that is wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wild to think about. There's one more Power 5 that you have not mentioned, and then I'll let you look at the one that somebody brought up in the chat room.
Let me try this.
You really like this team this year. I will give you that one. You really like this team.
Utah.
Yep. And do you think they'll be favored in every game?
If USC is undefeated.
They're hosting that game, though. There's no way USC's favored there.
Yeah, where are their road games?
Give me 1 second. Well, Florida. I mean, they're going to be favored against Florida, right?
I don't know.
I mean, that's tricky.
I've said that I think Florida will end up being a 1 or 2 point favorite.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
Here are their road games. At Florida, at Arizona State, at UCLA. Are they 100% favored at UCLA?
Nope. They are not.
At Washington State.
Yep.
At Oregon? That's not 100% they're favored at Oregon.
They're not going to be favored at Oregon.
At Colorado, they'll be favored there. And
did Brett just...
I don't know.
I mean, he's spitballing here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Air Force, that's San Diego State, that's a toss-up. I mean, by the end of the season, they could be favored over San Diego State. Could be.
I think it's a bold statement, although they won 10 games and they got 15 returning starters, that Air Force is going to be favored in all 12
Yeah, that does seem odd. Here's one. Look up Coastal Carolina if you've got a second.
I did look at them earlier.
Yeah. Well, here, I'll just give you their road games because they're going to be favored in all their home games, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to give you the trickiest one at Virginia. Are they going to be favored at Virginia, you think?
Nope.
See, that's the one that would keep them. I mean, that's a tight game, though, for Virginia.
No, it is. Yeah.
It's a tight game, but you think Virginia would be favored in Charlottesville. Yeah. All right, so there's Brett McMurphy. Lance just blowing a hole right in that.
So Alabama, for sure, Ohio State, Georgia, and Oklahoma. Those are the only ones. I would put my money that Boise State, and I think Clemson will end up being favored in that Notre Dame game. So I would go.
You'd go
my
Clemson.
6. I feel better about my 6 than Brett McMurphy's.
Interesting.
Yeah, much better.
So you think Boise ends up favored at Air Force then? I mean, that's the one that would trip Boise up from being favored every game at Air Force.
Possibly.
I think you probably just need to throw that one out. I think you need to go with 5.
Tripp's saying that Boise right now is getting 3.5 at Oregon State. That will be a good game.
Boise, Oregon State?
Yeah.
Is that a Friday night game? Am I right about that? Here, I've got the schedule right here for week 1. I swear I thought I saw that was a Friday night game.
I think Boise are going to be good this year.
Do you?
Yeah.
They weren't last year. Andy Avalos 7-5.
Yeah.
That was a very disappointing team last year. That is not a Friday night game. I thought we were getting that one on that first Friday night. That first Friday night's not giving us a whole lot, Lance.
What do we got?
Yeah, well,
just give me one good game.
I really can't. I'll tell you what might be a sneaky good game. I don't know what Old Dominion's got this year, but Virginia Tech is at Old Dominion on that first Friday night. That could be a sneaky good game. Maybe.
I mean, how long has Old Dominion been D1?
I don't know, but ESPNU has got that game. Western Michigan at Michigan State. That's not going to do much for you, is it? Your only conference game is Illinois at Indiana. I guess your best game is going to be TCU at Colorado. That's a 9 o'clock kick.
I didn't realize that Old Dominion was 6-7 last year.
Yeah, okay. So, no, I didn't. So that's probably not going to be a good game. That Boise, Oregon State game is the late night ESPN game, 9:30 ESPN kick on Saturday night. It'll be the last game you're watching because for whatever reason, Western Kentucky at Hawaii has no TV.
Do you think Old Dominion could be sneaky good this year?
I don't know. I'm just saying Virginia Tech is at Old Dominion. That just jumped out at me.
This just jumped out at me. So they won their final 5 games last year, and they ended up 6-7, and they returned 17 starters.
And Virginia Tech's going there. And Brent Pry's first game as Virginia Tech head coach. I mean, that seems like a tricky spot to me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it is.
That's the first Friday night.
I bet you'll grab 7 points on that. I'll take Old Dominion right now.
It just feels like a tricky spot, and a guy making his head coaching debut on the road at a random place that had a decent team last year, the way they finished. Lance, Mortgage Right, whether you're coaching in Boise or Colorado Springs or wherever, Mortgage Right can likely help you.
Yeah, Mortgage Right, they are aware of the economy right now. The situation is not great, and if you're thinking about renting, just take a break. Inflation is out in full force. Now more than ever, rent costs are actually skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent and turn to our friends at Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Is Boise, somebody was saying Boise, are they at BYU this year? I don't think Boise played BYU this year.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they would not be favored at BYU.
No,
BYU's a good team.
Yep.
Yeah, so interesting. Looking at that. JD had guessed Alabama, Georgia, Utah, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Clemson. A lot of people had Clemson in there. So that Clemson Notre Dame is the key there.
I mean, who would you favor in that game? It is in South Bend.
It's in South Bend, but they're hosting NC State, right? That's not in Raleigh. That is in Clemson. Man, I guess I would favor Notre Dame slightly. I mean, that is a toss-up. You're just going to have to tell me because that is what, in October?
Yeah.
I mean, right now I feel like Clemson's the better team. I don't know. It's just Marcus Freeman's such an unknown.
I think Clemson, and we've brought this up before, coming off the 10-3 is going to be like the 2010 to 2011 Alabama.
Yeah.
I think Clemson is going to be really good.
So from disappointing in 10 to really good in 11 is what you're saying. By disappointing 10-3 for both of them.
Yeah.
But into 11, you think they're going to be really good. I've said it already. I think you're going to get a bounce back year at quarterback from DJ. I think he's going to have one of the better years.
Yeah, right now, if I had to do my 14 playoff, I would go Bama, Ohio State, Clemson, Utah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all right with that with Clemson. I think they can be undefeated. So I think by the time that Notre Dame game rolls around, it will not stun me if they're a favorite in that game, which would make them a favorite in every game.
Well, Tripp's saying right now Clemson -3 at Notre Dame.
On FanDuel?
They're favored in every game.
Rockstar, can we call Brett McMurphy?
Yeah.
Let him know.
Well, he wasted some ink.
He has butchered this one on Twitter. So Clemson's favored 3 at Notre Dame, huh?
I would favor Clemson right now.
I feel like they're the better team playing at South Bend, probably a night game. For what that's worth, it is a tough spot. The last time we saw those two teams play at South Bend, it was a classic. And oddly, DJ started in that game.
And he was really good.
He was. I mean, offense was not their problem that night.
Tripp brings up in 2018, Old Dominion beat Virginia Tech by 14 points.
Wow. And that was at ODU. I mean, what does that joint hold, man?
Why do you go back? Don't you buy them out?
Yeah, how did they, especially to start the Brent Pry era? I don't want my head coach coaching in that kind of game to open his career. I mean, I want that guy hosting Tennessee Tech at home, right?
And we always see one of those early season upsets.
Yeah, and that one is, and that's a Friday night. Didn't I say that was Friday night? Yeah, so that one, I'd like to see how much that stadium.
I'm going to go on and tell you
that's
going to be the lock Friday night.
You think so?
Yeah,
You're calling.
Yeah, because I think you're going to get 7 points in that game.
And you like them laying the 7.
I like the Monarchs. No, I'm taking the 7.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I was trying to find the SB Ballard Stadium. That's where they play games. SB Ballard Stadium at Old Dominion to see what kind of rough crowd.
That's a hostile environment.
22,480 strong. Sometimes that's more difficult, though. You get in those weird environments like those Virginia Tech players are used to playing at Clemson. They're used to playing at NC State. Now I got to go to play in front of 22,000 people. Are you kidding me? Friday night?
It's a big difference. I mean, if that game's in Lane Stadium,
there's going to be 80,000 people there.
Yeah, they're probably a 14.5-point favorite.
Yeah, wild. I'm with you. I don't know how you put your team in that situation. Yeah, you should have bought that game out and played Tennessee Tech to open the Brent Pry era. They probably don't have that kind of money laying around at Virginia Tech.
Or at least play that game later in the season.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't know that I want to open at Old Dominion. You guys got big plans tonight. You and Rockstar.
It's trivia.
Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday. If you've never been before, come out, join us. It's a lot of fun, great crowds. We start at 8 o'clock. Get there a little early, enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. You can sit out on that patio, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. Join us tonight, 8 o'clock, Odie's Team Trivia.
Tripp is right. One reason Virginia Tech likes to play there, and this makes sense, is that game, the Old Dominion is in Norfolk, and that's a good recruiting area for them. So that does make a little more sense.
And not if they get beat.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Or if you get beat, you still like, guys, look, I mean, you can play right away here.
We need you.
We're freaking losing to Old Dominion in your backyard. He said they get a ton of players from Tidewater area. So there you go. That's why they would be playing that game. It is Lance's early lean for a Friday night lock to open the college football season.
Yeah, Michael Vick's from that Tidewater area.
Yep, he is. Yeah. He is. Newport? Or not Newport. What's the name of it? Yeah, but you're right. That's where he's from. 28 days away from that game, by the way. So start doing your homework now, Lance. 30 days. I'm sorry, 30 days away from that game. So start doing your homework now. All right, we do trash when we return right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. All right, we continue on the Next Round. Trash coming up in just a few moments. I mean, technically, Rockstar, try to contain your excitement here. Technically, this Wednesday, this day, is the final day outside of football season for us because the Hall of Fame game's tomorrow night.
You're right.
Technically, I am pumped. Technically.
Are you fired up for your Lions?
I'm fired. This is going to be a good year. Hard Knocks starting next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to watch Hard Knocks?
Probably not. I'll probably watch the first episode.
You won't even watch with your team?
No.
Hard Knocks has lost a lot for me. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but if it's your team, you would watch.
I mean, the Dolphins have been on it.
Chad Johnson got cut on it.
Ocho?
Wore sweatpants and sandals.
He did. That actually is the most compelling part of it when they have to call the guys in. And I mean, I hate to say that because it's ending a dream for somebody, but it's just, I'll never forget the Corey Reamer one because I think Corey's talked to us about it before. Corey knew it was a long shot at him making the roster. And I'll just never forget Mike Tannenbaum, who's now on
ESPN
on Get Up, called him in, and he's like, I just want to tell you, you were everything Coach Saban told us you would be. But it's just not going to work out. I just thought that was such a huge compliment to him to say that. I mean, you knew it wasn't going to work out.
Yeah, and like a week later, he's at Odie's team trivia. Because we're just talking to some guys in studio that Odie's team trivia people will come for like 6 months,
right?
And they're nonstop, and then they disappear.
Yeah,
and that was Corey, wasn't it?
It was. The people like move on with life, have kids.
I think Corey probably had to get a
Not me and Rocky, though.
Yeah, that's right. Y'all are still there.
We're furniture.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, one of the first things we did about a year ago was get in touch with our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, we called Blake. Simpio takes care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they will take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. Call today. Call Blake and the guys, 205-635-7467, or online for more information, Simpio.com.
Now, I know most people don't consider the start of the NFL exhibition season the start of the season. I completely understand that. But my point is, starting tomorrow night, you're going to have football every week until February. And then the XFL starts, whatever you make of that, but at least college and NFL every week till February.
Yeah,
I can't tell you how excited my wife is about this, Rockstar. More excited than you even.
Try to explain a little bit.
Try to explain what?
How excited she is.
Yeah, not very.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, she just knows that.
You zone out?
I zone out.
Does she try to watch Dolphins game with you? Are she allowed
she'll
to?
watch. No, she's allowed to, but she'll watch pieces of a Dolphins game with me. Like, you know, I'll tell you what my wife does a lot on football Saturdays primarily is.
She cooks for you?
She does cook for me. My wife
rubs your feet.
I mean, it's not indentured servitude, Lance. We're married. She
Madman.
She'll go.
She didn't have to. She gets
That's
to.
right. She'll go shopping a lot, but generally at dinner she'll come down, and it's normally right at the start of the primetime game, or maybe well into the primetime game. So she'll come down and have dinner. Sometimes maybe it's at the end of the CBS game.
Is it when you ring the bell?
She just senses it from the basement. But
Man, 6 o'clock's already here.
No, she'll come down and have dinner with me. And, I mean, as bad as this is, that's about the most time we spend together on a college football Saturday.
About the same time Dunaway's bringing down the dinner tray to Maggie.
His shackles are hurting his wrists.
Yeah.
If we had a quad box of all of us watching our teams on Sunday, who do you think would be the most interesting to watch?
That man right there.
And I think you would be number 2.
Yeah, I get upset with the
You're
Dolphins.
a remote thrower, aren't you?
I've thrown a remote before, yes. Yeah,
I heard you throw golf clubs.
I don't throw golf clubs.
I've heard you do.
Who told you that?
A guy that normally sits there.
I'll throw it like back over towards the cart when I'm done using it, and sometimes I'm pissed.
No, he said like an animated.
That is
like,
not true. The guy that normally sits here is lying about that. He has never seen me do that.
He doesn't lie, right?
Hit the button for trash.
Oh, that got uncomfortable real quick.
That's what.
We tried to reach out to the man who died in this pursuit. They were unavailable for comment. Micah, back to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. So this is one of those questions. Like, if you ever found a bag of money, what would you do?
If I found a bag of money, I would leave it right where it is.
If you found 126 pounds of cocaine on a beach,
I would
smell it to make sure it's authentic.
That's right. I'd carve off the top. No, I would absolutely leave it right where it is. Maybe call the authorities and give them a heads up, but I ain't touching it.
Well, this out of Tampa, dozens of packages containing cocaine were found washed up along the coastline of the Florida Keys over the weekend. Now, U.S. Border Patrol officials said the drugs were discovered by Good Samaritans who found the packages and decided to call authorities.
Ernie and Susie Freeman of 112 Main Street turned it in. That's the last thing you would want right
all
there.
over his nose. We didn't know what the hell's going on.
Their contents field tested positive for cocaine. The entire package weighed 72 pounds. They said its estimated street value of $2 million.
Yep. You leave that right where it is, right there.
I would have sold it for $1 million. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, if you found a bag of money, you would leave it too, right?
I mean, it depends on the circumstance.
The circumstance is there's probably a drug lord watching.
It went okay for Llewellyn, didn't it?
No,
but I'm just assuming.
I'm transferring bags after seeing No Country for Old Men.
No, I'm assuming it's under surveillance. I don't think anybody's just going to leave a bag of money and not pay attention to it. That's my assumption. And I'm assuming there is some drug lord out there that has a minion looking after it, and I'm going to end up dead. Leave it right where it is.
What was the Bill Paxton, Billy Bob Thornton movie? Really good.
Where Billy Bob's
Simple Plan.
Yeah, Billy Bob's the dumb brother.
Yeah. And they find the money in the plane crash.
The crash plane. Yep.
Yeah, I would do what they did. I would hold on to the money for a while and just see what happens. It didn't work out for any of them.
Billy Bob was a loose cannon was the problem.
They ended up burning the money.
Yeah.
Well, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
If you hadn't seen it.
Who's the guy that dies? They have to kill somebody. They kill the neighbor they come across in the open field, remember? Because Billy Bob spills the beans to him. We're going to look at the money we found.
Shut up! And the funny thing is, Lundberg, Gary Cole is the bad guy.
Yep.
Gary Cole was in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. He was the dad in Talladega Nights, right?
He was the dad in Brady Bunch.
Yeah. I never saw Brady Bunch.
No, Simple Plan's a good movie.
So anyway, yeah. So we've got an entire Scottish island is up for grabs, and it costs less than a 4-bedroom house in Edinburgh.
Let's buy it.
Now, located off the south coast, the private island of Plata is home to 28 acres and an extensive range of buildings.
First of all, can I interrupt you real quick? Rockstar has a photo up. Lunsford's put it up. 365 days a year. How many days look like that right there?
One.
This is the day, right?
Yeah.
And they've got it in the listing. And this is the island you're going to buy.
You need to go to the grocery store. Damn it.
I know.
Yeah, there's not a Publix around there.
Oh,
there?
yeah. You forget to pick up one thing at the grocery store and you get back home and realize it.
You think you can get shipped or DoorDash?
That tip. Oh, my.
So why are they selling it?
I don't know, but it's only $427,000, which seems like a fair deal in today's market, right?
Yeah, not a lot of trees. I like trees. Is there a golf course on that island, Rockstar?
No, I think it'd be a hole.
So I got to get on the ferry to go play golf and get groceries?
Yeah, that's not appealing. There's not one tree.
Nope, no trees.
Now, the good news is there's no snakes, right?
You would not think so.
No. There's no snakes in Ireland.
Well, that's Scotland.
Yeah.
St. Patrick. But I would think Scotland.
Yeah, that's next
close,
door.
yeah.
It carried over.
Yeah, surely they have not either.
Why would it not?
Oh.
Hey, do you want to become a swordsmith?
Not particularly.
Okay. Number of people specializing in traditional crafts has declined dramatically in Japan over the years, prompting real concerns about the future of maintaining the country's long storied cultural traditions. Now, so when one swordsmith in Japan recently announced on Twitter that they were looking to hand down generations of knowledge to hardworking apprentices, they weren't expecting to garner much of a public response. However, the call for an apprentice soon caused a commotion online. As interested applicants found out about the details of the apprenticeship, a lot of people criticizing requirements which involve working from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. 5 days a week, possibly some weekends, and for at least 5 years without pay.
I just can't believe it. 5 years without pay.
Get you.
It's a big internship.
Time out. We get a lot of.
You're getting knowledge, man.
Yeah.
5 years worth every day for free.
I just can't imagine there's that big a demand anymore. But that's a lot of work time for there to be no demand.
Now, the swordsmith who sent out the tweet ended up receiving some flack online, I guess so. But as he duly pointed out, the requirements of his swordsmithing apprenticeship aren't that different from any other in Japan.
Do you have you ever driven past? It's right there off
But
of.
you're going to ask me if I've ever swung a sword.
Have you?
I don't think so.
Have you ever had one swung at you?
No.
That'd be a more interesting
Not
question. There's right off I-65 at the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit. If you go the other way, like you're going back towards 280, there's a service station, and right next to it is a building that says microwave repair. And I'm like, what does that guy do all day? Who takes their microwave in to get it fixed?
This sumbitch won't.
I mean, you just buy a new one.
Too loud.
Yeah, aren't they $100?
Yeah, I mean, you just go buy a new microwave. And I think it's still open. It's been there a very long time. It says microwave repair on it. And I'm like,
I will tell you, that seems like a pain in the ass to repair a microwave.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he's asked other stuff.
Well, I don't know. I don't see and other stuff on there. And it could just be an old sign. Now it's vintage, so they're keeping it, but it doesn't look that way.
Can you judge a person by their microwave?
Well, like how clean they keep it? Mm-hmm. Probably so. Yeah. My wife does a really good job of keeping ours clean. What are you laughing at? You think I clean it?
Ding, 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 ding.
I always
clean it?
I put paper towel on any kind of dish I'm putting.
Yeah, especially if it's like spaghetti or chili or something, you got to put the paper towel over it.
You'll be shocked roommate doesn't.
I am
Shit
shocked.
pops everywhere.
Well, who does it?
Hey, the worst was I used to, when I did the chili dogs at the gas station.
Oh, God.
The gas station microwaves were so beat up.
I
mean, it was every kind of food imaginable in that microwave.
And the door's like crusted shut. You gotta pull it open.
I walked at a service station not long ago and a guy, and I'm sure the service station has told him it's okay, but he had like his lunchbox, and he was getting out his personal items and just putting them in the microwave in there. He was like a construction, like a.
I bet he gets free ice too, right?
He's like a guy that gets his hands dirty, unlike us, right? So I'm sure the service station's like, yeah, y'all buy a lot of beer in here or whatever. But I mean, he's just got his own personal items. It's like, chicken and rice from the night before. He's just put it in the microwave right there in the service station.
I went the other day, and he was like, you've got to, so it was a 6-pack of Bud Light.
Okay.
And he's like, you've got to grab the Bud Light because these bags don't hold. We bought them, but during COVID, they won't allow us to ship them back.
Right.
Because they break. They're not good bags. And then he started to talk about the government and politics.
And
there was 2 people behind me in line, and I was like, I got to get out of here.
Do not care, buddy.
Yeah.
Just ring me right up.
Yeah. So a woman who left her Kindle idle for 2 weeks was horrified to discover ants had crawled inside it and started buying books. Mariana Vieira, 32, from Brazil, fetched her Amazon book reader from the shelf she left it at last Tuesday to put it on charge for a trip. Now, it charged up as usual, but when the writer tapped, dozens of ants fell out of it. She explained that she was left with the now charged device on a window, but started getting mysterious notifications on her phone. Quote, after a few minutes, I got a notification. Congratulations on your purchase, end quote. Now, the ants somehow managed to buy sci-fi novels, Robots and Empire.
Great things come in small packages. Did you buy this? No. Ants did.
Yeah.
Has Lunsford read those?
The sci-fi books.
Robots and Empire.
Robots and Empire. No.
No. I don't believe this story, Lance. I hate to call her a liar.
Well, luckily, she has been able to cancel both purchases.
That's very fortunate for her.
I don't think an ant can do that.
Doesn't seem as though they could, but you never know.
No, I think they are the strongest species.
I can't remember my password for stuff like that. How's an ant going to get into it?
But if an ant was big, it would be a problem, right?
They can cluster up and make like bridges for each other.
We've talked about on the show, a random good feeling is the moment that face identification works and you don't have to remember a password or something. I mean, when that happens, oh, thank God. I don't have to remember the password this time.
Do you use the Face ID?
On everything.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way
It's not good when you had, in 2020 when you had to wear a mask everywhere, but
it's the only way I can do passwords. I can't remember my passwords.
Do you think any wife has ever hovered over their husband and like
when he's
passed out?
I do. We did a trash story one time where the husband was passed out drunk and she got his fingerprint and did the
really.
That's back when you did the finger scan and caught him busted him cheating. Yeah.
So it probably happened.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's happened.
A Tokyo clothing maker has teamed up with vets to create a wearable fan for pets to help them through hot summers.
This is a Ladybird exclusive.
It really is.
Yeah, your dog will have this. Yep. I mean, how quick will they order this one?
Well, so she's got right now an aqua vest, and so we put it in water.
Yeah.
And then she's able to wear it, and it cools her off.
Oh my
God.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
So Charlie doesn't get that?
No, Charlie doesn't leave the house.
Now, the device consists of a small, light, battery-operated fan that you see right there, attached to a mesh outfit, blows air around the animal's body. It comes in 5 different sizes, and it's $70.
No, it's always 70 degrees where my dog is. He stays in the house.
Yeah, I think I'll probably get that for Ladybird.
That's good investment.
It kind of looks cheaply done. I just got to be honest.
It
with
really
you.
does.
That dog's wearing a smoke detector.
That's what it looks like.
The dog's on fire? Nope, that's just something else.
He's got Wes Hightower's mesh shirt on.
That's trash presented by Mortgage Right.
Hey, it seems like everywhere we turn these days, there's concern of a rising cost or gas prices. Now there's even talk of a recession. If you're a homeowner with outstanding credit card debt or other high interest payments, it's time to put your home equity to work for you. Don't walk into a recession with large payments on bad debt. Reach out to our friends at Mortgage Right. Call locally 205-815-9200 or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Michael says Ladybird lives better than me. You're the vast majority of the human population Ladybird lives better than. He also says if Charlie leaves, he's on his own. Now, I will say this, Charlie lives better than 99% of humans. I'm not going to deny that. He's in air conditioning all the time. He's fed all the time. He sleeps when he wants. We clean up his poop and his piss. I mean... Who else lives like that?
He doesn't have an aqua vest, does he?
He does not have an aqua vest. Well, it never gets hot where he is. It's always 70 degrees.
Lady Bird is going to beg me to take her to the dog park today.
Mm-hmm. Beg you.
Got to do that.
Lance, Chad says, if you won the lottery, would you have Lady Bird cloned? If that technology existed, you'd do it in a heartbeat, I think.
I don't even want to talk about it. Like, I think about, so she's 3.5. And I think about it all the time, like how long is she going to be around?
Because that's, what is that? That's 21 years in dog age.
I won't be able to handle it. You guys won't see me for weeks.
You can pour her a beer in her bowl. She's legal. 21 years old.
It's the only thing, I mean, dogs are the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
But it's crushing.
How long do you think you'll be off work when she dies?
I don't know.
I mean... The last 2 weeks, Dunaway's been gone.
Seriously.
I will tell you this. I'm not going to say who it was. In an old sales meeting at Jocks, one of our promotion director called in because her dog had died, and somebody was dogging her out in the meeting.
Oh, I bet you let them have it, didn't you?
Oh, did they talk like this?
No, he would have, though. He would have.
Was she aware that it was just a dog?
All right, that is trash. When we return, we are going to answer some of these questions Ivan Maisel has, and we're going to look at our 40 and 40 team.
Real quick, though,
What?
Jeremy, Ladybird is a Vizsla.
Yeah,
Hungarian bird dog. It's exactly what everybody needs.
Yeah, right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
Best breed in the world,
Yeah,
promise.
Hungarian bird dog, very active. If you don't want to go run your butt off, don't get that dog because y'all are always having to run that dog.
I can
somewhere.
tell you where she ranks in the state right now.
Yeah.
Do you not want to know?
Yeah, please.
I can't tell you how little I care, but you've pulled your phone out, so you
Okay,
can tell
so
me.
here we go.
Yeah.
So I've got that FI app.
Yeah.
Well, I got it
And I've
too.
done a bad job with Ladybird this week, but right now she is ranking, she's in the top 4% of all dogs. And she
In
is
what? Miles run?
No, steps.
Steps.
And she's number 343 in the country of Vizslas.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's gone up 11 spots.
It's a good week. It's a Wagyu day.
She's number 76 of all dogs in Alabama on steps.
Uh-huh.
You're not
Great.
impressed?
I am not,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
That is our 40 and 40 team. Maybe the top Group 5 team in America coming up next.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
We continue on The Next Round every single day during the offseason. I was given a Jolly Rancher. Taylor Korn, our social media manager, who handles everything at Next Round Live, gave me a Jolly Rancher during the break. So
I was telling her I'm not a big fan of Jolly Ranchers, but to be the point to buy a bag.
She had a bag full.
Bag of
No,
Jolly
that's
Ranchers.
her lunch.
Yeah.
That and potato chips.
She eats like a Peanuts
She is
character.
the model of health.
She's like a Peanuts character. What was their Thanksgiving dinner? Popcorn,
jelly beans.
Yeah, jelly beans, popcorn,
pretzels,
and,
or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Toast. I think it was toast.
It was
wasn't
toast. Yeah, they buttered it though.
They did.
As a kid, I thought it looked pretty good.
So Taylor gave me a Jolly Rancher. It was a poor choice to put it in my mouth right before the out of context, right before the start of the segment.
I remember
So
Jolly
apologize.
Ranchers used to cost a dime. I don't know what they cost now.
I really don't either. They're free from Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of.
Of course, I got a watermelon. No, I got a watermelon. They're very good.
I smell it.
Do you really?
Oh yeah.
It's very fresh.
Does it taste just like a fresh watermelon?
I love watermelon flavored candy. You always bang on it,
No,
but
I'm
the
just saying
watermelon.
it tastes nothing like
It tastes
watermelon.
nothing like watermelon.
The watermelon Jolly Rancher is the best. The watermelon Blow Pop is the best. Like, given a choice, you know what I really like? Those little sugared wedges, those like chewy watermelon. I love those things. Huh?
Mambas?
No, not Mambas. They like come in a bag. They're almost like Sour Patch Kids, except
Yeah.
they're watermelon slices. I love those things. Watermelon is the way to go. All right, we do a 40 and 40 every offseason. 40 teams, 40 shows leading up to the college football season. We are 24 days away from week 0. 29 from that first Thursday night. 31 from most of the rest of the country. That first college football Saturday. And Lance, today, our 40 and 40 presented by Baumhauer's looks like maybe the best Group 5 team.
Yeah, maybe so in Houston, but Baumhauer's celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama. Bob Baumhauer's going to join us from Floribama
Look
next
out.
week.
He's going to be at the Floribama with
He's
us?
going to drive over and hang out with us for a little bit. He knows that inflation sucks, and Baumhauer's is here to save you a few bucks. They've got a limited time inflation sucks menu. Their featured item this week, the char-grilled Jamaican jerk chicken. It's marinated jerk seasoned grilled chicken breast topped with homemade mango salsa, served with fresh hand-cut broccoli, black beans, and white rice with their cilantro lime sour cream. It's only $9.99. Get in today to Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
I think there are just too many trip-ups for Houston to go undefeated.
I agree with you. I think they're a 9-3 team. Look, I like Clayton Tune. I like Dana Holgerson, the guy. We've had him on the show.
He's a fun guy. I don't know if he's a great coach.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's a good coach. He's got a good team, and I think watch out week 1 where they go to San Antonio to take on UTSA.
Right away. Number 17, Houston, is where you guys have them ranked, and you think they potentially get upset week 1.
Yeah, I think they're a 9-3 team, and I think that's one of their trickier games on the schedule. They've got to go to Texas Tech, to Memphis, to SMU. I mean, all really difficult games.
Yeah. I mean, they may start 0-2. I don't know about Texas Tech, Lance, but that is by no means a layup gimme.
To me, the more dangerous game is week 1.
Yeah, at UTSA. Yep. That is a 2:30 CBS Sports Network game if you want to watch that one the first Saturday of the college football season.
I wish that was week 0.
Yeah.
That'd be a great game.
Yeah, no, Houston and UTSA, absolutely it would be. But I think with you, It's going to be tough for them to go undefeated. I don't see this as a college football playoff potential.
I don't either.
I mean, I know
really
the
don't.
American just gave us a playoff team last year. I don't see this as that.
Yeah, and even if Houston was to run the table, I mean, the difference was last year Cincinnati had so much hype going into the season. They were a top 10 team, back-to-back undefeated seasons.
They beat Notre Dame.
And they beat Notre Dame
That's right.
in South Bend.
Look at that schedule right there, and give me a team you will guarantee me is ranked at the end of the year.
There's not one.
So, see, they could go undefeated and not have a single ranked win on their resume. That's not going to get you in the college playoff.
Yeah, I think they go 12-0. I would take an 11-2 Utah in front of a 12-0 Houston.
I would too with that schedule. Now, look, somebody may sneak into the rankings, but I just don't know that they're going to play a ranked team all season long. That said, you guys voted Dana Holgerson, Clayton Tune, and the Houston Cougars number 17, and our Baumhauers 40-40.
Yeah, again, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years right here in the state of Alabama, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981, and right now they are celebrating with their limited time Inflation Sucks menu, their featured item of the week, the char-grilled Jamaican jerk chicken. Get it for only $9.99 for lunch or dinner, Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
In the chat room, Tom says a Boykin Spaniel is greater than a Vizsla.
Oh, that's not true.
I figured you would agree with that. Chris says, speaking of salsa, I don't remember us mentioning salsa, but hey, Taco Bell has made the Mexican pizza a permanent menu item again.
Had it
Is
in
that
trash
true?
for tomorrow in September.
Sorry, Rockstar. I didn't
No,
mean
but
to-
it's just
So is it back today?
No, in September, of course.
Oh.
They're going to do it. It's a permanent item in September.
I was going to get one tonight.
You know, I almost went to Taco Bell the other day just to see if they had them. But I didn't go.
Now, Forster's not here to pull the video, but Lady Bird loves a Mexican pizza. Lunsford, I don't know if you've got it.
Yeah, please.
But
Tell
because
me
we
you've
were
got
talking
it.
about Lady Bird, have you seen this video?
I have, yes. Pritch Law questions anybody, he says, if they've got taste buds, if they think anything other than the cherry blow pop is the best.
Well,
we
the cherry-
discussed this the other day. All flavors are good on the blow
I mean,
pop.
that's the OG, but I think the sour apple's better. But the cherry's really good.
All blow pop.
Hey, what kind of salsa
flavors are
do
good.
you get at Taco Bell?
I'm sorry. Chris says salsa was during a sponsor ad. Okay, that's right. It was on the Baumhauers.
What kind of salsa do you get?
The fire.
I do too.
Yeah, that fire's good.
Yeah.
I like sprinkling that a little on the Mexican pizza.
Sometimes I'll do Diablo. It's a little hot though.
Yeah, I like the fire. I think the fire is
But I
dialed
tell
right in for
them, I go, give me mild, hot, fire, and Diablo.
Yeah.
Because
I'm that guy.
Just mix them all together.
Those workers, it's funny because most people are really stingy with their condiments, but Taco Bell will drop you 50 in the bag.
They really do. They do not care.
Like my fridge, that's one of the few things I've got in the fridge.
A bunch of Taco Bell condiments.
bunch of Stella and a bunch of Taco Bell.
This hour has been presented by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Go see our boy Sterling and the entire crew down at Champy's Highway 119 in Alabaster. Always online, champyschicken.com. When we come back in the next hour, 4 Downs, Bryant Vincent, the interim head coach at UAB, with us at 12:35. That's coming up on the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
From Back in Trash, a lot of people are commenting on the microwave repair. Royal Payne says microwave repair sounds like the Breaking Bad front for a fake identity. Why, they own a car wash?
Yeah, they had to. And under the car wash was really cool.
Yeah. Laura says, I live behind the microwave repair place, and it has been there for years. I always think there's a quote-unquote back room, and the shop is a front. Everybody thinks this is some sort of criminal front.
I mean, it seems like it.
Microwave repair is so random.
I mean, how many microwaves get brought in a month?
I really have no idea.
Not one.
Well, I remember there was a place in Vestavia that was a vacuum repair shop for the longest time until they finally closed.
Yeah, I remember what that place was.
Yeah, just vacuum repair.
Yeah, there was one on Breaking Bad, too.
Yep. That'll get you out of the country.
Do you know the actor's name?
No.
Robert Forster.
Scott's uncle.
Now dead.
Yep. Oh. Nick has sent us this. It's photos he said he found in ductwork. He was replacing for a birthday present for his mom and dad. So he's replacing ductwork. And it's a bag that I think that's some cocaine, and that is 2 wads of hundreds I see. They're bound together. I'm going to guess that's probably $2,500 worth of $100 bills, and then a bunch of 20s bound together. I mean, I am just going to guess offhand. I'm looking at roughly $8,000 to $10,000 in cash.
Okay, so where did he find this?
In ductwork. He was replacing ductwork. He can tell me, I mean, he may not want to, how much cash it was, but it also looks like a bag of cocaine.
Yeah,
it's an old satchel.
If you're doing duct work,
yeah,
for somebody,
I feel a
you
little
just
more
leave
comfortable about it, right? No. As far as mom and dad, it's in a house they own. I feel more comfortable about it there.
That person's dead.
No, mom or dad's got a problem then.
I feel more comfortable there, yeah. Mom and dad, why are you hiding cocaine and
we're retired.
stacks of cash? If I find it out in the general public, that's where I'm leaving it. I'm not touching it then.
We have a friend / client that actually was redoing their kitchen about 10 years ago. And when they pulled the counters up, they found, I think, $35,000 in cash.
Keeping that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, 100% I'm keeping that. Yep. If they ever come back from it, no idea. You didn't hide under the kitchen counter, did you? I don't think I saw it there.
Now, what about a bag falls out of a Brinks truck and they keep going?
Well, that's illegal.
Is it?
Yes. I mean, there's no scenario in which that is yours.
Wait, is there somebody's name tag on?
Well, I'm just saying Brinks. There's no scenario in which that one is finders, keepers, losers, sweepers.
Bill Murray did it in Groundhog Day.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He was trying to
He
change
just took a bag,
everything.
though.
Yeah.
He was being sensible.
Yeah. Chris says he replaced a microwave bulb yesterday. It cost him $6. He said, I'd rather just buy a new microwave.
Chris.
$6. Gutter Cap bringing you part of the show today.
823-2212. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. You don't want to get on the dangerous ladder. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price for the next round. Viewers and listeners, call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
Ivan Maisel at On3 Sports has got 10 things to ponder as the 2022 season draws ever close. Now, we're not going to just go through these one by one. I'm going to randomly throw some out over the next couple days here. One thing, though, he brings up, pull up Ohio State's schedule, pull up. Open your book, thumb through your archaic book.
Got it right
Ohio
here,
State's schedule.
Brown. What do you need?
The one thing Ivan writes, I want to see from Ohio State sophomore quarterback C.J. Stroud is to win a big game on the road.
Well, he's going to have multiple opportunities because I think there are two really tough road games for them. At Michigan State, October 8th, and then at Penn State, October 29th. I think they win both.
Yeah.
I think they go undefeated. I think Ohio State wins the national championship.
He says, Ivan points this out, C.J. Stroud did not play a road game against a team with a winning record until they got to the Big House last year. And he said the atmosphere, the Wolverines' defensive front, it unsettled him. Now, he did throw for 394 yards, but twice in the first half, Michigan forced them to settle for field goals. He got sacked 4 times. So just the lack of tough road games, does that ever catch up with C.J. Stroud?
Look, I've never seen him look better, and I think
he looked bad against Oregon at times.
Him at his best, though, but that was early in the season.
I know, that was his second start, right?
And it was his second start. But him against Utah, which was a pretty good defense.
Very good.
I mean, he was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
He was completely lights out in that game. And to me, C.J. Stroud right there, Bryce Young, I mean, he won the Heisman, but, you know, I lean that C.J. Stroud has the better year this year.
Give me those road games again and do point spreads this time.
At Michigan State, Ohio State will be a 7.5 point favorite. At Penn State, Ohio State by then will be a 10-point favorite.
Yeah. But those are, I mean, by Big Ten standards, that's two tough places to play, Michigan State and Penn State.
Yeah, I would agree.
Michigan State feels like the fans are right on top of you there, and it always is gloomy and gray and rainy.
Yeah, the sun doesn't shine in East Lansing.
I don't think East Lansing knows that we have a sun.
Yeah.
They think we got a moon and rain. That's what they know.
It's like my old neighborhood, Forest Brook.
Yeah, sun never shine there, right? And Penn State is how late in the season?
Penn State is October 29th.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a snow game.
It could be.
You can randomly get snow games up in Happy Valley.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun atmosphere, though. I don't know what Penn State will be this year. Again, I think Penn State's got a shot at starting 1 and 2. They play Purdue on the road and Auburn on the road in the first 2 games.
Yeah,
Those
honestly,
are very losable games for them.
I think Ohio State's toughest games are first game, last game. Open with Notre Dame and with Michigan.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And both in Columbus.
Ivan gives us, you want to talk about a random, and he calls this an underrated week 1 gem. Underrated week 1 gem. And I think I mentioned this game in passing earlier as a Friday night game, and I blew it off. Ivan says, don't blow this off.
Old Dominion, Virginia Tech?
Nope, I didn't blow that one off. Central Michigan at Oklahoma State. He says the Chippewas have the nation's leading returning rusher. Can you say his name, Lance?
Yeah, he was a freshman last year. Hold on.
See if he says his name.
He was a true freshman.
I got to pick my pen up or I'd start to drop my pen.
Oh. I know he's true freshman.
Got it. Lou Nichols.
Yeah.
Lou Nichols the third, 1,848 yards last year, scored 31 touchdowns. He had 26 carries per game last year.
Yeah,
They rode him hard.
That's pretty productive, right?
That's the most by any FBS player in 5 seasons.
Oh, wow.
And as Ivan points out, this is the first game post Jim Knowles with Derek Mason coming in. You've had a change in defensive coordinator. Not that Derek Mason is bad, but you just wonder if a little change in defensive coordinator got some confusion.
Look, I don't think Oklahoma State's defense is going to be nearly as good as it was last year under Jim Knowles. I mean, that's one of the reasons they were a play away from going to a college football playoff. The defense was that good last year.
Yeah. So that is according to Ivan anyway, sneaky good game. I want to double check myself. Yeah, no, I had Western Michigan, Michigan State. That's the one I mentioned. Let me see if I can find the start time for this one, Lance. If people want to watch a sneaky good game week 1.
I was trying to remember. Was it not Central Michigan that beat them a couple of years ago?
They lost to a MAC team, if I am not mistaken. Oh, that's a Thursday night game. FS1, in fact. So if that's a good game, here's what you'll have going on at the same time. The Backyard Brawl is at 6 on ESPN. That game is at 6 on FS1. And then Penn State Purdue starts at 7 on Fox. Well, if you get a good game out of that one, that's a good Thursday night to start. Central Michigan at Oak State. Sneaky good game, according to Ivan Maisel.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. You seemed like you bought it until I said it was a Thursday night game.
Well, if the game was, where is Central Michigan, by the way?
Where are they?
Yeah, we're the city.
They are in Grand Rapids.
Is that where you went?
Grand Rapids? No, I went, but I flew into Grand Rapids. Where did I drive to? What's the name of the city where they are? I flew into Grand Rapids. No, that is where I went, though, to answer your question.
So I'm just saying if the game was at Central Michigan.
Yeah, it is in Mount Pleasant. That's right, Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Yeah. Mount Pleasant. No, it wasn't terribly pleasant there. I got to be honest with you. It was kind of cold and ugly.
Didn't you hit up the campus?
Yeah, my friend, Michael Alford, I don't know if you know Michael. He's now the athletics director at Florida State. But our friend Michael Alford was the athletics director there. So he found out I was coming on social media, and he reached out to me. Now, I didn't take advantage of that. I still sat out in the cold, as you remember, but he did give me a pass to the athletics director booth. So I went up there after the game and got a little bit to eat. And Luganville was doing the game. We went to like a Buffalo Wild Wings or something after the game, me and Luganville.
Okay.
And his play-by-play guy. Underrated week 1 gem, Central Michigan at Oklahoma State.
Right now, Oklahoma State is a double-digit favorite.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But it could be a good game. Nut dust, Lance. They may need some nut dust in that one.
Look, it's hot out. What is the dust factor right now?
I think it's down a little bit today. I'm going to say it's an 8.
Nut
cloudy.
dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day. Our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, officialnutdust.com. Put in the code TNR. 15% off right now. Again, officialnutdust.com, TNR.
One more before we move on to something else. 4 downs, in fact, maybe. One more before we move on. Under the radar Heisman candidate, and I know you like this guy. He can't win the Heisman at this school, but Sam Hartman, Wake Forest.
Wake would have to. So they played for the ACC championship last year.
Yeah, but even then.
I think if they were to win the ACC championship, it's not going to happen.
He accounted for 50 touchdowns last year. 39 pass, 11 on the ground.
He's great.
Now, he didn't complete a ton of passes. 58% is a little bit low.
And I'll tell you what, if he was playing for an Alabama, an Ohio State, he would be like the heartthrob of college football of all time.
Are you saying he's good looking?
No, he's a good looking dude.
Rockstar, Sam Hartman, Wake Forest. Can we pull a photo there?
No, he's a really good looking dude.
So you're saying,
like, this guy might end up being a model one day.
So you're saying if Sam Hartman played at Alabama or Ohio State, the ladies would be flocking to this guy.
They're lined up.
So you think this guy, wow, he is a good looking guy.
He's a good
looking
dude. Go right
there, yeah. I mean, Lance is right on this. Yeah.
I mean, that guy can run it.
Yeah.
He can.
Major bachelor vibes.
I mean,
major bachelor vibes. Yeah, I would
give him advice. Just move to New York and have fun.
Yeah, I would say Winston-Salem, South Carolina is
and that's a small campus.
That's this guy's oyster.
Tobacco Road, just all over it.
Yep, that's a good-looking guy. I'm not going to lie. You were spot on about that.
You know, and a lot of people, like Dave Clawson is such an underrated coach, and his offense works so well at Wake, and this is like the perfect quarterback to orchestrate it.
Hey, real quick, go back to that one, Rockstar.
I think he's the most underrated quarterback in football.
Do you?
I really do.
Is that under his arm? Is that a tattoo coming out from under the?
Yep.
Yeah. Looks like he's got like flames tattooed
Looks
on
like
his
a
wrist.
compass.
Yeah.
I don't know. He doesn't need a compass. I can assure you. Boy, that's a tan too, isn't it?
Yeah, he's deep tan. Yeah, I mean, what is not to like about Sam Hartman?
He's even got a scar on his left bicep. Yep.
Yeah, how do you think that happened?
Probably a shark.
He survived though.
Fending women off.
Yes.
Yeah, it could be. Cat fight.
I mean, he's got the little 5 o'clock shadow.
Great teeth.
Good hair.
A rocket arm.
Yeah. How did he end up at Wake? Was that guy just highly recruited?
You know, next time we got Louisville on, we got to talk about Sam Hartman because he is going to be a major factor in college football this year.
Yeah.
I mean, Wake Forest is one of those teams on a given Saturday can beat anybody in the ACC.
Drake says, in quotes, wow, Dash Brown. I did say that. Pritchlaw says, get a room. Eddie says he got the
Please.
Eddie said he got the scar in a bar fight. Riley says this show just got kind of sus. Craig says Brown is falling in love. Pritch said Brown's feeling feelings he don't like.
But you guys agree if he was like a quarterback for a major college program.
I mean, NIL deal on top of NIL deal.
Like, if he's Texas's quarterback this year instead of Quinn Ewers, which, by the way, he's a better quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy would just be, whatever endorsement deal he wanted.
Oh, no, it'd be an NIL deal on top of NIL deal. No doubt. Sam Hartman.
I say we get Sam Hartman and Will Levis on the show this year.
Well, I'll give it a whirl, man. But the guy he did have 14 interceptions. I mean, be as good looking as you want if you're going to throw it 14 times to the wrong team.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things about Wake Forest's offense is they take a lot of deep shots.
Yeah.
So that's part
of it. Slow mesh offense that he likes to run, that Clawson runs.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like that offense, but it has been super successful for them. I mean, that is historically a bad program, and they have flourished. Hey, Nichols Outfitters got that new fishing department. All the brands you like: Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, and 6 Sense Fishing. All you've been asking for now in the new fishing department. Nichols Outfitters, I-65 in Pelham. 4 downs when we return, and about 20 minutes from right now, the interim head coach of the UAB Blazers, Brian Vincent, with us on the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Major League Baseball, the NBA, when the time is right, we may do a little Canadian football too. There's always some action for you at lanceslog.com, where we have my top picks for you in every league every single day. All it takes, $3 a day. $90 monthly subscriptions get you everything. No confusing packages or any shadiness. It's all simple and 100% transparent. Try it out and win with me. Go to lanceslog.com. There's a free play every single day. Again, online, all your winners every day. Go to lanceslog.com.
We continue on the next round. 4 downs coming up in one moment. Wall Street Journal is reporting that, and you knew this was coming, Lance, Phil Mickelson and 10 other LIV golfers have filed an antitrust lawsuit against the PGA Tour challenging their suspensions. Big thing to watch right there. If they can play both.
I mean, how do you think this thing gets ruled?
Everyone I've talked to in the legal world, not everyone, most of the people in the legal world I've talked to do not feel like the PGA Tour suspensions can hold up. That they're going to view professional golfers as independent contractors, so you can't force them into this.
Yeah.
So,
and I would think, and I think we talked about this before, I think the PGA sooner than later will relent on this and just let it go.
Well, in a lot of the big leagues, like the NFL, the one thing the NFL would never want in a lawsuit is to have to lay their books bare for everybody to see and discover.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the PGA Tour is the same way.
Yeah.
So that's got to be part of it, too, is they don't want their business out for everybody to see. So you got to think maybe this results in some sort of settlement. I mean, ultimately, for the PGA Tour, you don't want to give in to the LIV Tour, but you also would like to have these guys back playing on the PGA Tour, and you've suspended them, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know how this is.
You actually need these guys.
You do. Yeah.
And especially for the majors.
Yeah. Well, and those are separate from the PGA Tour. None of them have ruled yet, but I think they would probably follow whatever the Tour did. Dr. B is helping you grow that hair back under that hat.
Yes, absolutely. I ran into Dr. B this past weekend. Great dude. And unfortunately, with age, for most comes a little hair loss. It started to happen to me last year. I asked around. Everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over the options, chose that non-invasive laser treatment, which I can actually do from my couch. Dr. B, for 20 years now, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. And tell Dr. Beckenstein The Next Round sent you.
Hunter says that Hartman guy was on the QB1 show on Netflix, wasn't he? In fact, he was.
I didn't know.
I looked it up. You want to go back and watch that now as much as you like him?
Nope.
You're not going to watch QB1? I remember that show. He picked, this is pretty crazy, though. He picked Wake Forest, Lance, over Charlotte and Elon. You would easily say in college football he's a top 10 quarterback this year.
Oh,
Easy.
yeah.
Maybe top 5.
Like, I want to see where...
he was recruited by Charlotte, Elon, and Wake Forest.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see where Phil Stills got him in his quarterbacks.
Yeah. He was the 767th national player coming out, according to 24/7.
He's got him 16th.
Yeah. The 32nd pro-style quarterback.
Yeah, but I would disagree with some of the quarterbacks that are over him.
Give me just a handful real quick before we go to 4 downs.
Will Levis. He's a better quarterback than Will Levis. Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Not proven.
Yeah, I don't disagree with
Spencer
that.
Rattler. I think he's a better quarterback than Spencer Rattler. Grace McCall's good, but I don't think he's as good as he is. Tanner McKee's got a lot of potential at Stanford, but I don't think he's better than him.
Okay.
I think he's top 10 guy.
Yeah, there's a handful.
Yeah.
All right, let's do 4 downs, presented each day by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Hey, 4 great locations. Make sure you stop in. Soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Get in today or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who's at the current job longer, Dana Holgorsen or Steve Sarkisian?
So you would basically on this one be betting on if Holgorsen does well enough to get another Power 5 job, although they're becoming Power 5 moving to the Big 12, so maybe he just sticks with Houston. What's a better job, Houston in the Big 12 or West Virginia right now? Which is a better job? I think Houston is, so I think he's got a better job.
Yeah, and I think that's a job. I would guess he's making $3.5 million now.
And it's probably I don't know. They get that Frittata guy that owns all the restaurants. That's a big donor.
Well, I was going to say once they get to the Big 12, I bet he's a $5 million guy.
Yeah, so I think I actually may say Dana Holgorsen. I can see him coaching there a while.
I think I would go Holgorsen
and
as well.
I don't know how many big-time programs are going to take a chance on Holgorsen at his age. So I think I'd go Dana Holgorsen.
Second down.
More wins this year, Houston or the Dallas Cowboys?
I think it's probably, this is another one that's probably 10-10 or something like that. Dallas, that's a key injury at receiver for them.
James Washington.
Yeah, James Washington. Who is Dak Prescott throwing to?
Yeah, look, you lose Amari Cooper to the Browns.
That's right.
Yeah. That's
CD Lamb, obviously.
Yeah, and Michael Gallup, who I don't think is going to be ready week 1, though. I think their big question mark is wide receiver.
Yep. I think I'll go Houston here. I think I maybe see a 9-win Cowboys team, 10-win Cougars team.
I'll take Dallas.
Yeah.
I think it's 10-9.
Third down.
More touchdowns in 2022. Sam Hartman or Tom Brady?
Who's better looking, Rockstar, Sam Hartman or Tom Brady?
Don't do that to me, man. Don't let me choose.
Old school question, right?
Old school news. Big poll question. What? I spell it differently than y'all.
Do I get? Is this total touchdowns? Because Hartman had 50 last year.
Yeah, total touchdowns.
I think I'll go Hartman.
I think I would go Hartman too.
Yeah.
I think this is the year for Tom Brady where you see a little age.
I don't get a whole lot of run-ins from Tom Brady. That's all going to be passing touchdowns, maybe a quarterback sneak. As I mentioned, Hartman had 11 rushing touchdowns last year. So this guy will run it in for you.
You're going to laugh at my next question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rocky.
Fourth down.
But I think it's a legitimate question.
All right.
So Tom Brady's 45 today. James Hetfield is 59. Better career.
Hetfield.
I think so too.
Yeah.
You could make an
Dude's
argument.
been at it since like 1981.
Yeah, and you can make an argument Metallica is the greatest American band of all time.
Yeah. To be still selling out stadiums. They're on tour right now. They were just at Lollapalooza.
By far the best live act I've ever seen. I've seen them multiple times.
Okay.
They are incredible.
Tom Brady is widely regarded as the best to have ever done it at the most important position in all of sports.
I get it.
Is James Hetfield the best?
Lyricist, plays a hell of a guitar, can sing lights out.
Yeah. Hit the lights.
Yeah, I just that's one of my least favorite albums though. Kill 'Em All.
What was their first album?
I know.
That's what broke them out. But yeah, we'll go ahead.
I feel like I should go Tom Brady here.
I think we need to go poll question.
And they toured on that Black Album for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Like
I saw that tour. Did you see it?
No, I've never seen them live.
Eddie
I
says
wish I did.
Metallica sold out every single show.
Every show.
Yeah.
Every show. I
Ross
guarantee
says
Tom Brady has not done that.
Hetfield has spent a lot of time in rehab. I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, he does.
Every great musician just about has done it.
Yeah, I mean, do we fault him? He's
Why
got,
would
he's got some mental issues that he's tackled.
I would hesitate to say Tom Brady hasn't sold out every show. I guarantee you he's played in front of a sellout crowd more often than not.
More often than not.
Come on, man. New England.
More often than not.
That's a great fan base.
I think it's an interesting poll question.
All right, Taylor, we'll put it out there. James Hetfield or Tom Brady, better career?
If you could have dinner with one of the two.
Hetfield.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not a big go to dinner with celebrity type.
Because they get offered so much.
But I don't know. I really don't know what I would talk to Hetfield about. I'm not a.
You think Tom Brady
but I don't know what I would talk to Brady about it.
That's what I say. One thing Hetfield does not want to talk about Metallica. One thing Brady don't want to talk about is football.
Yeah.
No, I do. I would not want to go talk football with Tom Brady. I'd rather talk other stuff. But then I don't know what that.
Were you really going to be a Dolphin?
Well, I think that was abundantly clear that he was tried. It was tried twice.
Do you know Sam Hartman?
John says Hetfield way better. Eddie says not even close Hetfield. Goose wants to know, is Giselle coming to dinner? I have no idea.
I will, so I saw one of the documentaries. I think it was Behind the Music, and Hetfield was talking about how women used to shower him.
Oh, yeah,
after the shows.
After shows, we just go in those big lockers, and you'd have 5 or 6 women just rubbing you down.
And I'm just wondering what the Metallica groupies look like. Like we've seen Tom Brady and what he's able to do.
You said greatest American band.
I think you can make the argument. I think
Them,
Aerosmith is here.
REM's in the discussion, right?
It's hard to do this because you can't. Is it Tom Petty or is it he's a single artist? Is Bruce Springsteen a single artist?
Yeah, that's true. Or do you go E Street Band? Yeah.
So it's just hard. Like Aerosmith.
I would go Metallica, and I think Aerosmith is number 2.
Longevity, Pearl Jam still up there.
Yeah. Does REM not even make the discussion?
I don't know.
I love them, but I don't think they're.
I think they're top 10.
Tyler says no. He knows music. Yeah. Slayer.
Raining Blood, man.
Never a Slayer guy.
Asked Tyler who the band was he was wearing the jacket the other day that said something about dismembering people.
City Morgue.
City Morgue?
Is that a band?
Yeah. I went to
Is it that, what do they call it? There's a channel, Lightning Rock.
Oh, you're thinking about Liquid Metal?
Liquid Metal.
Lightning Rock?
Liquid Metal is ear piercing.
It's racket.
Oh, it is racket. It is miserable. Like that is hell. So I think hell is
a bunch of heavy metal.
Is the studio after our last holiday? When was that? When it was like 150 degrees in here.
Yeah, Labor Day.
That with Liquid Metal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, let's remember that. We got a live Labor Day show.
Oh.
Hey, that's 4 Downs, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
4 great locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. For more information, go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
That's twice I've dropped my pen, Rockstar. Hey, when we return each week, 12:35 on Wednesdays, 12:35 Central Time, Coach Brian Vincent is going to join us, the interim head coach at UAB, presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. That first visit is next on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydra Live's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We continue on the Next Round. College football just around the corner. In fact, UAB kicking it off in 29 days. They're already in camp. Their head coach, the interim head coach, Brian Vincent, is going to join us each week this season. Presented by Legacy Credit Union, the official credit union of UAB. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of. Legacy Credit Union, the official credit union of UAB. Coach with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach Vincent. How are you today?
Doing great, Ryan. How you doing, buddy?
Well, we're doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. Do you ever have enough time in fall camp? Does it ever feel like there is enough time on the calendar?
Not really, but it's something that I enjoy, something I love, and it's fun. It's go time, man. You know, it's go time.
You taking this team over, I mean, it's obviously a different situation for you. How does it feel?
It feels great. You know, being the offensive coordinator here in 14 and then 18, 19, 20, and 21, and being able to lead this team into 22 is very exciting. You know, we've got a great group. We've got a good team. We've got great chemistry. It feels great just to be able to go out there and lead this team and mentor these men and get them to come together and truly play for each other and represent Birmingham is something I'm very excited about.
I know you've been on the offensive side of the ball in your time, as you just mentioned there at UAB, but I do want to ask you a couple of defensive questions. First of all, I want to talk about these linebackers. It has been a position of strength for several years under UAB, and reading about camp the first couple days, it looks like that strength is still going to be there at the linebacker spot.
Absolutely. If you would have been at practice today, they showed up strong, physical, nasty, and tough. Today, a kid, there's so many of them that stick out. If you look at Noah Wilder, who's back at the will linebacker position, has been through a lot of wars. He's that old throwback football player that's tough, rugged. He's intense. He loves the game. And then you've got Tyler Taylor, black, who is 6'3", 240 pounds. He's healthy. Wasn't there a lot in the spring because he was on the mend, but he's had a great summer and a great fall camp. You go to Jackson Bratton, who transferred in from Alabama from Muscle Shoals. Jackson had a phenomenal day today. He's 6'2.5". He's 235 pounds. Renard Ellis is a guy that came in from Georgia Southern. Now, he was Georgia Southern's leading tackler 2 years ago. Renard Ellis is a bowling ball. He's right at 6 foot. He's 235 pounds, and when he meets you in the hole, it's not nice, guys. And then, we've added Reese Collier, also from Coffeyville Junior College. That's a 6'2.5", 220-pound kid. Then you go to Tamarius Brown and Deshaun Oliver from Ramsey here in Birmingham. I feel like we're 6 deep. We're 6 deep at the inside linebacker position, and it's something that's a strength of ours, and all those guys can play.
As good as the linebackers are, your running backs are better. You can make an argument the most productive duo coming back in college football is what you've got.
Absolutely. Lance, Dwayne McBride, Debo, who came in and had a great true freshman year, and then he comes out last year and then has a great sophomore campaign. We're excited about Debo. He's really matured and grown. You grow every year and you mature every year. And where Debo's at, right now, today, and where he's at in practice, he's just taken another step. He's got his body in peak performance. When he showed up, he was 230 pounds. Right now, he's sitting at 210. He's rocked up. He's chiseled up. He's as fast as he's ever been. He's as strong as he's ever been. And then you go to Jermaine Brown, a.k.a. Skull. He showed up. Skull was 5'8", 152 pounds as a true freshman. And right now he's right at 5'8", 186 pounds. And wow. Skull he's a football junkie. He studies film. He knows all the protections. He knows the offense in and out. He played quarterback in high school. And I think you're going to see Skull used in multiple ways this year that we have not used him up to this point because he's that dynamic of a player. And then you add in A.J. Gates from Mountain Brook, who transferred in. He showed up at 215. He's 172 pounds. He's got his speed back. He's got his power. Lee Witherspoon, who broke his ankle the third week of fall camp last year, had a great day today, and we're excited about him. He came up to me yesterday. He said, Coach, I'm having fun again because I'm healthy and I feel good. So our running back position is solid right now, and it's as deep as it's ever been.
May I ask, Coach Vincent, do you have any earthly idea how Jermaine Brown got the nickname Skull? What is the origin of that nickname? Do you know?
Well, this is it. I recruited Skull out of high school. He went to St. Luke's in Mobile. We were his only offer, guys. We were his only offer. The only school that recruited him. His dad, Jermaine Brown Sr., is Skull Sr. So his dad's nickname was Skull. He got it growing up in Mobile playing park ball, believe it or not. And then he's Little Skull, but obviously around here, his daddy's still in Mobile, so he's just nicknamed Skull, and it's just stuck with him.
I love it.
What did that BYU win do for the program? I mean, it probably is not the biggest win because winning a conference championship is probably the biggest win, but you could make an argument it's a top 3 win of all time for the program.
I think highest ranked opponent UAB's ever beaten, yeah.
Absolutely. Lance, I can't say enough about that win. And
that's a hell of a team too, by the way.
Great team. They're sitting there, they're 10-2. They go and beat Utah, who beats Oregon twice, once in the regular season, and then they go beat them in the Pac-12 championship game. And they're big, they're long, they're talented. They've got the tradition, they've got the fan base, they've got all the talent, not to mention that they go off for a mission trip for 2 to 3 years, and they come in and we're playing guys that are 24, 25, and 26 years old. Well, that week, we had a great week of practice, and it's sunny all week. It's 70, 72. Dylan Hopkins cannot practice that Thursday and Friday because he has 102, 103 degree temperature. He has to have an IV both days, Thursday and Friday leading up to the game. He couldn't get out of the room. So his first time he took the field was in warm-ups. And I remember going up to him. I said, hey, man, how you doing? How you feel? And he looked at me and he goes, Coach, he goes, there's only one way I'm coming out of this game, and y'all are going to have to pull me off. He goes, I'm going to have to pass out, his exact words, and not know what's going on. He goes, because I'm playing for these seniors. And it just struck me that we've built this team and this program the right way. It's about each other, and it's about this city and this university. But to go out there and beat those guys, and it's not like we got lucky. We took the lead. We were up 14-0, 7-0, 14-0. They strike back. And then the way we finished it, there was like 6:58 left in the game, 6-something. And then we sit there and we don't give them the ball back. And that's something we've taken pride in. And it's kind of like, hey, we're going to finish you in the fourth quarter. And to be able to do that in that moment for that game against the highest ranked opponent that we've beaten up to that point, it just kind of justified everything we've built up to this point at UAB.
UAB coach Bryant Vincent, the interim head coach there for UAB, with us courtesy of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of UAB's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There's something I felt to ask you when you were on with us right after you were named interim coach. Will you continue the play calling in the games? Are you going to call plays?
I will, and here's why. Coach Henshaw is probably, without a doubt, the smartest, most intelligent X and O's guys I've ever been around. I've known him for over 20 years. He's coached in the SEC for 8 years. He's been in the American for 4 years at Cincinnati under Tuberville. He's one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life. But this offense, it's how we've developed it going into year 3 is different. You know, we're an outside zone football team. And how you call that game going into year 3 of me calling this is a big deal, because when you continuously, if we're going to run 10 run plays, we're going to run outside zone 7 times. We're going to have a small mixture. And I think it's a design and it's a flow. We want to get that D-line running sideline to sideline, sideline to sideline, and then we're going to play action off outside zone. We've got our naked package off outside zone that's a lot like a run game, and you just want to set it up, and you want to wear that defense out. And then we've got our mixers with inside zone that really last year we averaged over 6 yards a rush on inside zone because they're so that they don't have their hands in the dirt. They're not anchored down in those gaps because we're running them sideline to sideline. And it's methodical. And you might only have 30 or 40 runs at halftime running outside zone. You look up at the end of the game, you got 210. So I think it's a skill. It's a skill, and it's something that's been learned throughout time on how to call it and where we've gotten it to the point. And we got guys back on offense. So they understand it. They're comfortable in it. Our O-line, our running backs, our quarterback, our receivers. So right now that's the plan.
All right, he is UAB interim coach Bryant Vincent. This is his first visit of many this season. We look forward to it every Wednesday at 12:35. Coach, we can't thank you enough, and we'll let you get back to watching that film.
Anytime, guys. Lance, Ryan, thank you so much. Thank you, Legacy Pavilion, that obviously our indoors named after, is a big sponsor to us and one we're very proud of, and I appreciate you guys having me on here today.
You bet. Thank you, Coach. See you next Wednesday.
All right, guys.
All right, that is Bryant Vincent, the interim coach there at UAB, presented, as he said, by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, who you can depend on. They've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955, the official credit union of UAB.
What's your expectation? I think they're going to be really good this year.
What was your expectation with Bill Clark? 9 wins?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's much different.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think I changed it a whole lot.
Because you give Bill Clark all of the credit. He deserves all the credit. He built this. But as Coach just said, it's the way they play, it really is for the city. It's for the program. You've got 14 returning starters from a 9-win team. I mean, with Bill Clark, I would have said 10 wins. I think it's still 9 or 10 wins.
I think he's in a tough spot in that any game you lose, unless it's, who are the major out of LSU, I know.
Yeah, so at Liberty is going to be tough.
Yeah.
First,
that's the team that beat him in Birmingham last year.
In September, you've got an early bye, September 24th, but you've got Alabama A&M, which will be a win on that Thursday night. At Liberty, really tough
game, but you're getting them without Malik Willis.
Yeah.
Good time to catch them.
And then Georgia Southern. So worst case you should be 2-1 coming into the bye.
Yeah, and LSU's your big game at the end.
Yeah, so you got Western Kentucky on the road. That's going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
Florida Atlantic on the road will be tough. Louisiana Tech on the road will be tough.
Yeah,
and you've got UTSA coming to Birmingham.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, outside of like an LSU type game, maybe even a Liberty game, any loss Coach Vincent has there, people are, well, Bill Clark wouldn't have lost that game. I mean, that's what you're going to, he's got to drown all that out, and I'm sure he will.
Yep.
Those coaches can get in a cocoon. If they do have any injuries, people like Precision Sports trying to get people back in the game.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor. Go to precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
You know, Kerry makes a good point. He says, I wonder how close Bill Clark will be to this program. It's tricky for him because he doesn't want to undermine Bryant Vincent's authority by being around too much.
Yeah.
But if you're Bryant Vincent, you're crazy not to lean on him some.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
Tricky spot for both those guys, I think, right? I mean, you want to get as much as you can out of Clark, but I can understand Clark being like, I got to let him be his man.
Now, remind me, who was the interim coach when Duke lost Krzyzewski with the back injury?
Not Bill Guthridge.
No, that was Carolina.
Yes, it was. Hang on. I'll say his name in a minute.
Anyway.
Pete Gaudette.
Yeah, Pete Gaudette. I don't remember Coach K being involved at all.
Yeah, I think that's because it was a bad team, and Coach K didn't want to coach that team. I guarantee you, if they'd been a national championship contender, Coach K would have fought through it, or he'd have been heavily involved.
It was just it's just so weird that the 1 year he was out, they completely fell apart.
Yeah,
I mean that was an awful team, and you just don't see that with UAB.
No, I don't think that'll be the case. Thanks to Coach Sanderson, Coach Vincent, and also Todd Fuhrman from the Desert joining us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can see more at JohnstonRVCenter.com or see them in person, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Don't forget, right now, get ready to tailgate with a toy hauler sales event. This month only, they've discounted all new toy haulers, and they're throwing in a $500 Camp Store gift card plus 2 free nights of camping with your purchase. Payments as low as $219 a month with approved credits. See Johnston RV Center for details. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Summer is here, and that means it's moving season. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or you need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, and let her work for you. Holly Mack Wilson, your dream home expert, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
All right, we have covered a lot of ground today. I'm going to do a quick check on our YouTube subscription. LT wants us to get 8,500. If we get 8,500, we drop the Charles Barkley.
Yeah.
Last call. We are currently 21 away. Keeps creeping down.
I think it will be tonight.
21 away. If you are watching us on YouTube right now, we greatly appreciate it no matter what. But if you haven't already subscribed, please do so. And click that thumbs up. We're 21 away. At 8,500, we dropped the Charles Barkley interview. Lance is going to tell us about Mortgage Right, and we'll kind of recap. We've covered a lot of ground today. We'll recap a lot of it here for those of you that might have joined us late.
Inflation out in full force now more than ever. Rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent and turn to Mortgage Right. With a variety of loan options, assistant programs, and dedicated mortgage experts, Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call the guys at Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Our show started with the unfortunate news of Eli Gold having to step aside from his role in the Crimson Tide Sports Network booth as the play-by-play voice of Alabama football. Chris Stewart, the natural replacement there, is going to replace Eli for at least this year. It was worded as fill-in for him. We'll see how that goes moving forward, but if Eli unfortunately cannot return, that will be Chris's job, or at least should be, permanently. So that's something you can watch for, but obviously we're all thinking about Eli Gold and praying for him and his recovery. As we mentioned when we started the show, this is something we had been aware of for quite a while, but we had been asked because it was the sensitive nature of Eli's health not to discuss it on the show, so we chose not to. But this is a battle he's been battling for quite a little bit now, and hopefully he can battle back.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to Eli Gold, and a great opportunity for Chris Stewart. Again, You said it earlier on the show, not the way he wanted to get this opportunity, but he'll do a fantastic job.
Yeah, he is Chris does very, very well and has worked his way up and has earned every bit of that. Also, the passing of Vin Scully. Lance is a lifelong Dodgers fan. Vin Scully was the voice of a lot of our childhood. I saw somebody sharing a photo, and I'd forgotten about this. He was the 18th tower on NBC Golf, which they didn't do a ton of golf back in the day. They did some. And for a lot of it, Lee Trevino was his analyst.
I had no idea.
Yeah, he and Lee Trevino did the 18th tower. Vin Scully did everything.
Did he ever do a Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think he did. Well, I say yeah. Dick Enberg was the big NBC NFL guy. Dick
Yeah,
Enberg
I mean,
used to have
just reading up this morning, I didn't see anything on a Super Bowl.
You know what?
But I would have just think in his illustrious career.
I think Enberg had the NBC Super Bowls. Yeah, I think Vin Scully did some NFL because I think I saw that he did the catch game, the Joe Montana to Dwight Clark. Maybe that was radio.
Were you watching that?
Lance, that was 82, wasn't it?
I was watching.
I was only 6.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I remember it.
Yeah. I don't remember watching that, but obviously I remember the play. But as a Dolphins fan, I got a lot of Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen. You remember that combo?
Oh, yeah.
Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen, the former round, Merlin Olsen.
He was also FTD, the Flower.
FTD Flower. So I got and Bob Trumpy.
And he was also on a show called, was something about like a saint.
Oh, yeah. Merlin Olsen. With
Heaven something.
Was it not the show with Michael Landon?
Highway to Heaven?
Highway to Heaven.
Yep.
Yeah, he was on Highway to Heaven with Michael Landon. Yep. And I got a lot of Bob Trumpy, too. You remember Bob Trumpy?
Yeah. Michael Landon is a name that you never hear.
Yeah, he died kind of early. He got cancer.
Yeah, he died like in 92, 91.
1990.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember the USA Today. It was the front cover story.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how you remember him passing.
Yeah. I remember I was a freshman in Tuscaloosa.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a heck of a memory.
You used to get the USA Today every day?
Yeah. Before we go, and we'll remind you the lot coming up a little bit later tonight. How did we do last night? You said you steered away wisely from that big Jacob deGrom number, and they end up losing the game.
Yeah. We didn't have a great night. We were 1-2. We bounced back tonight. We've got 2 plays for you.
All right, 2 plays coming up on the lock, presented by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If it is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's when you call Adam and Chad, the team at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Perhaps you guys have seen this or have discussed it already, and I just missed it. But I saw something yesterday that there is yet another reboot of the Rocky series of movies, the Rocky franchise.
I don't know how.
But Sylvester Stallone is not involved, nor is he happy that it's Drago and Dolph Lundgren is heavily involved, and Stallone is pissed about it.
He should be.
Because he wrote those, right?
Yes.
He wrote the screenplays?
That's his baby.
Yeah, I will not see it because of that.
Drop my pen again.
Wait, what is
that? I don't know. 3
Brown
times
has
out.
the biggest butterfingers I've ever seen.
Dan Pastorini over here.
That's some dexterity issues.
He'll be walking with his water and just drop a water bottle. Spills his Mountain Dew all the time.
I mean, that's happened one time. But apparently Stallone is really, really upset, but Lundgren's going to go through with it because, Dolph probably hasn't worked in how long? This is a chance for him to. I can't imagine that movie's going to be great, but it's a chance to catch.
Well, I guess he worked in Creed 2. Was he not in that?
I've never seen any of the Creeds.
Yeah, Creed's good.
That's wild though. Because I think he and Stallone have been pretty tight, since Rocky 4 days. But apparently Stallone is really, really upset.
Lunsford said Drago's kid was the bad guy in Creed 2. He was a bad guy.
Yeah.
And they're going with it.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate. It could be the end of that friendship there. All right, coming up on the show tomorrow, Buster Olney. We'll talk about the trade deadline. We'll preview an SEC team in our 40 and 40. Some thoughts on them. I think you've got them too low, this team that we'll have. You've got them too low. We'll discuss that on the show tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Have a great afternoon. We'll see you on the Thursday next round.